All right, welcome back. DM James painting, doing some painting because that's what I do. I paint. I use the AI to kind of come up with the description of what I was going to do. We'll see how that is. If you guys hate it, the description, let me know. But yeah, it's AI. And no, I'm not an AI hater, so there's that. First thing I'm going to do before I do any painting, though, is I have a Blimmy, and he's walking around just all unarmed and everything. And I'm getting ready to super unarm him because I'm getting ready to clip his arms off, like at the shoulder. I need my black handled ones because they open a lot wider. Hey Steven, how you doing? I'll tell you what, Cold Iron cut me deep. He cut me deep. He made a meme, or he posted a meme of the Emperor explaining to Sanguinius that he had not in fact had sex with a goose, and that Sanguinius's brothers are all a bunch of assholes. And I looked at that and I thought, yeah, that's about right. That's about right. I could understand though if you're young Sanguinius and like you finally meet your other 17 brothers and you're the only one with actual wings. Work coming up with some, or working on some creating Hyperborea characters is like the easiest thing ever. Daniel, how you doing, brother? I hope things are going good in your world. Yeah. You won't get a lot of whatever from me on that end, Steven. Sympathy. Because creating Hyperborea characters is one of the things I do just for fun. I mean, I find creating Hyperborea characters to just be no end of just fun. It's just a fun thing to do. Like even when I think I know exactly the kind of character I like the best, some other kind of character happens. And then I realize, I guess I didn't like that first character the best. Except that first character's still badass. That's Hyperborea, man. I have never played any fantasy role-playing game where I just found it easier to make characters. I mean, just make characters for no reason. Just to sit down with the book and the form fillable character sheet, or with a pencil and paper if you want to do it old school, and just random shit up, pick some stuff, a combination of the two, and just watch the super cool, excellent characters just jump into existence. It really is kind of amazing that happens to me. I mean, I don't know, other people may not have that same experience, but I'm telling you, to me, yeah, I can just sit down. Like I said, before I started my game 6 months ago or so, I had sat down and made 40-ish characters, around 40 characters. And then what I did is I had the players just go through and pick the ones they wanted, And I did that for a couple of reasons. One, because my players, if I let them make their own characters, they will be at it literally for 20 years, trying to figure out what they want to do, because that's just the way they are. God love them, but it's just the way it is, and that's not going to change. I already know that. That's not going to change. They're not ever going to want to just make decisions. They're going to debate it, beat themselves up, and go back and forth 90 times. So I have found the easiest thing to do is to random just a shit ton of characters. And then when it comes time to start a game, just lay the characters on the table and be like, all right, pick whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? And that's how we ended up with what we ended up with. For as a matter of fact, for about the first 2 weeks, I was for some reason convinced my wife had chosen to play a barbarian, not a berserker. Because I'd made a barbarian character and I thought to myself, this character is perfect for her, you know? It's like it literally just does all the cool shit that she would ever want to do. She's gonna love this character. She didn't pick that character. She picked the berserker. Now both of them were Vikings, so they both could have been her, like right up her alley. But no, she wanted the. Which let me tell you, if you got the right attributes, if you're willing to cut here and there, because she had to actually deduct from some to add to others and really play with her attributes to get them. Well, to get them where they needed to be, so that she could even play a berserker. Um, Berserkers are good. They miss out on being able to grandmaster weapons and do a couple things that normal fighters can do, which I personally would prefer to be able to do. But they do get some abilities. You only got. I still have the better part of 40 odd NPCs just sitting around written up already. Stack them. And then the other day, just for a hoot, I printed another 20 character sheets, thinking, I might make some more. But I am willing to grant that everyone's not quite as obsessed and nuts as I am about it. But yeah, I can just sit down and be like, yeah, I'm gonna make a bunch of characters, and then literally just make a bunch of characters. And I'm not saying Hyperborea is the easiest game to make a bunch of characters for. That would probably be OSE, honestly. But what I am saying is that it's the most enjoyable to me, right? I mean, I love rolling the random dice and trying to figure out if I'm making, what I'm making. Am I making a Atlantean assassin? Am I making an Amazon fighter? It's like it's that kind of stuff that just keeps me like super invested into it. Well, people may not like it, but I stand by what I said. Demi-humans are easy to play because you already know how they're going to be. And you already know how they're going to be because we've all read The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, whatever, or at least saw the movies. So there is a part of us deep down inside, whether we want to admit it or not, that already has a pretty good idea how every elf is going to act, regardless of what class they are. You still always have this default profile of what an elf is. Like if you're playing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, they go into detail about what an elf's culture is like in that game, right? So, but humans in a standard fantasy world, and I will not quit knocking on about this, they are truly a blank slate. And that means if you're the kind of person who wants to make a character and actually role play your character, then humans are the best choice, bar none. And if you think I'm wrong about that, well, then I would have you go ahead and look at the polls and everything that they were doing when they were creating the latest Baldur's Gate. And the creators of the game were getting pretty uppity because the vast majority of people who were playing the game were playing human fighters. And this was during, I think, the beta. And they really wanted information on how all the demi-human type combinations would work. But like a massive percentage, majority of players were playing human fighter. And they were just like, come on, guys, try something else. That was funny when I read that. That's been years now, but when I read that, I kind of felt like a little bit validated. I was just like, so I'm not the only one. Apparently, there are a lot of other people out there, and they feel the same damn way. Given the choice of playing a Birdman or some kind of weird furry or an elf, apparently a lot of people out there are like, nah, I'm just going to play human. I love that. I love that about the game. I love that about my fellow gamers. Because I'll tell you, whenever you see like these other games and everybody's playing all this really weird stuff, it's like I'm never 100% sure if that's what they really wanted to play or if they just played that because it was what they wanted to do for the show. And that could be pretty much any of these RPG shows that you see online, you know, like whether it's Critical Role or whatever, right? It's like, okay. For the women, I would say they probably did choose the weird characters because ladies do seem to like playing the weirder characters, you know, the more whatever in general. A lot of women just love their gnomes and halflings. That's just the way it is, or elves. Believe me, I've dealt with that with my own players at my own table. But the men, like the dudes on Critical Role, if they're not playing a human fighter, I kind of question if they got handed the character and they were kind of told, okay, this is the character you're playing for this campaign, or if they chose it. Because I just have a feeling the vast majority of dudes, given a choice, they're going to be like, yeah, human fighter. And then if they're imaginative guys, they're going to take those two worlds and they're going to create an amazing character that's going to be complex, deep, integrated into the world, actually, actual role playing instead of. I said this before, and I know some of my deepest, closest buddies online disagree, but I'm going to say it again, and I hope anybody who listens to this at any point hears what I'm saying. Playing demi-humans, I think, is kind of easy mode, honestly. It's easy mode. Nothing's expected of you. When you show up at the table and you say, I'm playing a dwarf, whatever, everybody is like, yeah, okay. I mean, there's no doubt how you're going to be, how your character's going to be. It's like, whatever. So role-playing a dwarf, elf, whatever, again, not trying to be super offensive to anybody here, but it's kind of easy mode. And again, it's because of what I've said. Because you started the game with a template of how your character is typically going to act, right? So it's funny because, like my bro Shadow, he'll say, I'm a human in real life, so why would I want to play human in a role-playing game? And my response is, well, because you're just a human in the modern world of real life. But in a role-playing game, you can play Conan. That's a big difference, That's a huge difference. Like in real life, you're just some dude living in America. In a role-playing game, you could be a Roman legionnaire. You could be, a Polish hussar. You could be, where does it end? A samurai, whatever, right? There's no end to what you could be. Or you could be an elf. And sadly, as I keep saying, we all kind of know what that is. Like if you sit down at the table with your group and you say, I am playing a human fighter who is, let's say something. Say you're playing the Forgotten Realms, and you sit down at the table and you play, I'm playing a human fighter from Kalimshan. All right, they know a couple things about you right off the bat. They know that Kalimshan is a desert empire to the south, and they know that you're a human, and that's all they know. So you could roll in, and that human fighter from Kalimshan, you could be some kind of like light weapon duelist guy. You could be wearing heavy armor and be a member of some kind of knightly order. There's no end to the options. And then on top of the no end to the options, personality. Because again, and this is not for the better, I don't believe, demi-humans' personalities have all been kind of pre-selected, right? Elves are a little snooty. Dwarves like to party, whatever it is. Yeah. And so, I mean, that's the sad fact right there. Right there. And this is what I mean. Now, I'm not saying Shadow can't play his haughty elf and do all kinds of elfy things. Of course he can. Anybody can, if that's what you want to do. What I'm saying is you're not unique and you're not special because you started the game with a quarter of your personality at least pre-written for you. Whereas if you played a human and you're a serious role player, blank slate, baby, do whatever. You could be whoever you want. And that, again, I'm going to reiterate the argument, I'm a human in real life. Yeah, but you're not a human in a fantasy world crawling with cavemen and orcs and stuff like that. You're a human that lives at the end of a cul-de-sac. That's not even the same thing. It's not comparable. Now, as a power gamer, or at least a former power gamer, if you tell me I'm playing the elf because I like improvision and the bonus to dex, I can at least be like, yeah, I get that. I get that. Do I agree? No, I don't necessarily agree. I still think it's lame, but I get it. You're a guy like I used to be, and you want to make the most effective character you possibly can. Now, I would immediately tell you, though, even in old school D&D, the fighter's still going to end up being better. Your elf gets night vision. That's a great ability. But the human fighter can always just hire somebody to carry a lantern. The elf will never have the hit points the human fighter does or is capable of, and is never going to get all the weapon proficiencies and shit that human is. And on the long run, unless you get rid of the demi-human level caps, if you play the game long enough and people survive long enough, well, the elf is going to cap out at like 9. The human could go to 100. I mean, the only thing stopping a human is the fact that they die, but that's also their biggest strength, is the fact that they die. Humans don't sit around for 3 years trying to figure out what they want to do. They ain't got 3 years to do it. The anime Freyrin touches on this excellently, because Freyrin the elf has a really bad habit of not being concerned with time, because time doesn't concern her until all of her friends die. And then she gets an apprentice that's commonly reminding her that, I'm talking about Fern, of course, that Fern is not going to live forever. That she does not have all of forever to stand around and wait for shit to happen. And it kind of makes Freyrin kick shit into gear and start actually moving around and doing shit. So our short lives are the things that make us special compared to, these elves or whatever. Yeah, the fact that we have to get whatever we're going to do done ASAP. We ain't got all time to F around with this shit. It's got to happen, and it's got to happen now. And, yeah, so, I mean, I could probably sit here and rant all day about the multiple reasons why humans are the best choice for a player character. Everything that the demi-humans get, the human can get something just as good. It's just they have to go a little bit out of their way to do it, right? Like I said, oh, you don't got night vision? That sucks. Hire henchmen to carry a lantern. Done. You know, done and done. You don't have as high of a dex as me? All right, I'm just going to wear the heaviest freaking armor ever. Especially armor that makes it where decks don't even matter if you're playing those editions. And all of a sudden, oh, my 10 decks don't matter though because I'm wearing plate mail with a large shield. So, grats on your dex bonus. My armor class is freaking, -2. Come get some, Yeah, I could rant about this forever. And like I said, it's nothing against Shadow, obviously, because Shadow is my homie. He is my homeboy, my home skillet, if you were. So this is just a disagreement he and I have about, which demi-humans are the best to play. But it at the end of the day, I mean, I'm not going to be like, oh, we can't be friends anymore because your particular taste in demi-humans is different than mine or whatever, But I will aggravate the shit out of him about it. You guys got to understand that. That's part of the bro code. That is 100% part of the whole bro experience, right? Shadow is my bro. And that means if he expects me to go easy on him just because we're bros, his expectations are wildly out of line. Because the fact that he's my bro means I'm probably going to go harder on him than I would on someone that I have no sort of emotional, what would you call it? Caring? Like if someone I don't give a shit about has an opinion, I'm not going to talk shit about their opinion. I don't care what their opinion is. Most of the time, I don't even care if they live or die. Okay, that's kind of wrong. I do care if people live or die. I don't want anybody to have a bad time like that. But I think you guys get what I'm saying, though. I mean, it's just like, I don't care. Who are you, right? But if my bros have opinions, well, I won't argue about that with them because it's like, well, hold on, bro. Maybe I'll make fun of their wang or something. Imply that they like men. I don't know. It's just what we do. It's what we do because we're guys. I used all of the starter packs when I made those 40-odd characters. I never even looked at buying equipment. Another thing I absolutely love about Hyperborea. It's not the only game to do that. Because I'm pretty sure like D&D 4th edition had starter packs that you could buy. And I'm pretty sure that other versions added like the Adventurers pack that you could buy. And it costs like, I don't know, 30 gold pieces. But it gave you a whole list of shit, including the backpack. But yeah, the fact that when you decide you want to play a fighter or whatever in Hyperborea, it tells you start with a spear, a shield, this kind of armor, this kind of this kind of that, and 5 gold pieces. And if you don't like the starting gear, as I told my players, if you don't really like the starting gear, well, at the end of your first adventure, you'll probably have enough gold to get the stuff you actually do want, So just deal with it. And once you get done with your first foray into the world, you'll be able to change it up if you want. But this is how we did it because this is super easy, man. It's like, plus the starting gear is actually really good. In Hyperborea, every character starts with X amount of clean bandages. Let me tell you, that can be a lifesaver right there. Every character starts with maybe a blanket, Every character is going to start with a backpack. Every character is going to start with the weapons they need, the spell books, the etc. So I'm rebasing these guys for like the fifth damn time. My Russian Druzina, since I've decided to use them with the Baron's War rule set, but using the Baron's War Altrimmer book, which allows you to play the East and the Crusades. These bad boys, which were actually, I mounted them on the round bases for D&D. You know what I mean? Large base, large creature. But, you know, this just means I'll be able to use them in Oathmark too as heavy cavalry, even though I did hear there is a second edition Oathmark, and I'm going to have to definitely get it because the first edition is absolutely tits. So if they made a second and it's as good as the first or even clarifies a few things, yeah, I got to jump on that. No, I've never heard of Hallowed Shroud. I did watch the Jeffrey, I told you, I watched the Talanian video and it was good. That is Shadow on his phone. He's probably out and about doing Shadow stuff. Stuff no one can ever actually know. But no, I have not watched that particular group, but I will definitely look into it because, I mean, you know, I literally cannot get enough Hyperborean content in my life. It's just like, you know, I'm a huge fan. A huge fan. So I wonder if somebody heard me ranting on about humans being the best thing to play, and somebody actually called Shadow on his phone while he was out doing shadowy stuff and was like, you know, James is online going off about humans again and elves. It's like, quick, hit the Shadow signal. Let's get Shadow in here. We need the counter argument. For what it's worth, Shadow, I said nothing but good stuff about you. Nothing but the best stuff. Yeah, secret squirrel stuff. That's what we used to call it when people were doing like secret shit at the fire department. We always called it secret squirrel stuff. Like, I don't know why. Just, you know, like so and so's out there doing having secret squirrel meetings or whatever the hell they're doing. Yeah, one time they tried to put me on what's it called? When I still was at the fire department, they tried to put me on probation based on some shit someone who absolutely hated my guts said that I'd done, which I had not. And I rolled in, and the battalion chief sitting there, and he tried to do this whole, well, I have observed that you have this, and this behavior. And of course, I tore him a new ass because I said, how do you observe that? You've never been on a scene with me in the whole time I've been here. And so then he had to swap it up and be like, well, actually, someone told me. I said, so that's how we're doing shit now? We're just taking somebody's word and trying to have some secret squirrel shit going around here? Long story short, your boy did not get put on any bullshit, nor did but for like the next year, every time I was hanging out near where the chief was, oh yeah, well, you know, I have some strong opinions and some people don't care for them. But every time that Chief Swag was around, that's not his name, but close enough, you know, I would always ride his ass about secret squirrel shit and all this and that. And funny thing is, when he retired, one of the first things he tried to do is hit me up and be my friend on Facebook. And I was all like, dude, you let some person did not like me, and it was an age thing, try to convince you to put me on a probation, because they got to put you on probation before they can move on to try to fire you, right? Usually, unless you do something like really stupid. And that's what I told him. I said, you let somebody for a fact hates my guts try to talk you into putting me on probation. Now you won't be my buddy. This is like, what? Well, the reason this person hated me had nothing to even do with me. That was the worst part of it. They hated me because they, and by they I mean she, had a friend who had recently graduated from fire academy and wanted a job. And when they showed up and tested, I whipped their ass. And not actually physically, I mean in the test. I just was better. And then they also hated me because I was 30 years old, and they wanted to hire the 19-year-old because this girl was like 20. And so they didn't think a 30-year-old should even be a firefighter. And they didn't like the fact that I'd worked for the city previously, which meant my employee number was like way, way lower than theirs. They didn't like the fact that the city let me keep my time served with the other department as part of my retirement for the fire department. I mean, there's this whole list of things that this kid did not like, and she was a kid. And yeah. Now, long story short, by the time I'd been there a little while, they put me with this person as her partner on the box, right? And by the time we'd been on the box together for a month, she was telling me all of her life story shit. And I don't want to be that guy to brag, but I'm pretty sure I could have hit it if I wanted, because she kind of basically came out and said some shit. And I was just like, yeah, no. Not that that would have been braggable, since I'm pretty sure a lot of the other guys in the department had already done it. So it wouldn't been like climbing Mount Everest or something. If climbing Mount Everest is even Mount Everest, because, other people have done it. So, but yeah. So basically she hated me when she didn't know me, and actually worked to try to get me in trouble. And being a woman, the fire department, they don't joke around with that. If you're a female in the fire department and you go to the chief talking shit about anything, they're going to listen to you. No matter how full of shit you are, no matter how outlandish your story is, they're going to listen, because that's just the way the fire department's just become so feminized. It's sad, right? But yeah. A month into actually being on the truck with me and working with me, she's ready to blow. So, it's like these people, right? Now, what that has to do with Hyperborea? Unfortunately, nothing. And I'd much rather talk about Hyperborea than freaking shop politics at your local metropolitan fire department, and the fact that it's like the whole, I always say this, and the people who are my bros, they know. In the fire department, they talk up that big game about the brotherhood. The brotherhood. That shit goes right out the window as soon as a promotion comes up. Not with me, because I didn't give a shit. I was willing to just paramedic my ass all the way out to the end of my time and retire, right? I wasn't trying to be a lieutenant or anything. But for those guys who actually give a shit about that sort of thing, yeah, it's like they're your brother until promotion comes up, and then they're running around behind your back telling everybody what a piece of shit you are. How you doing, Doc?
Hey, what's up, Sir James? Have you ever heard of this game, Hyperborea?
I've heard of something about it here and there on the net.
What's going on with you?
I am rebasing some Russian Drazina so that I can use them with Baron's War.
What is that?
It is a skirmish game set during the period when King John basically forced the British barons to rise up and make him sign the Magna Carta.
Ah, yes.
But
there's only been one of those Johns.
Right. But it's also set in the era of the Crusades, and there's a expansion book called Outtrimmer that allows you to play all of the guys to the east.
Ah, very cool.
So with the Outtrimmer book, you can play your Russians, your Varangians, Byzantines versus Arabs, Crusaders. I mean, the army is never going to be super big because it's basically the Lord, his immediate kind of entourage, and then some peasants and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that tomb had already been raided. The other meme I like is the one that shows a guy looking at, like, you know, the Amityville horror type, or maybe it was like the Addams family's house, and it's just like this house is like a lot of women. That shit's haunted. And I love that meme. Now, Cold Iron made a new meme, and it's my character hanging out with a bunch of Roman soldiers, and one of them legionnaires, and one of them's petting the dog. And while he says it's not supposed to be him, having seen a picture of him, multiple pictures of him, it looks just like him. So I sent back and I was like, "Is that you petting the dog?" And he's like, "No, man." And I'm like, "Looks just like you, though, bro."
Is this the guy who does all those crazy memes with you, Bear and Shadow?
Yeah. Well, he hasn't done anything. Him and Shadow, I guess, got into a big argument. And Bear, since he flounced out and did whatever, has no longer been part of that. Even though to this day we still laugh about how Bear is maybe the only human being on the planet that hates Susie Sue. It's like, how is that even I had a random dude, I don't even know who this guy is, post a comment on a video being like, "How in the F do you not like Susie and the Banshees?" It's like, what did she do? It's like,
I was kind of lukewarm on them.
Maybe Bear dated Susie at some point. She broke up with him, and he's still carrying some bad feelings about that shit, right? I can understand it. And he's about the right age, really. You know, we're right about in that right age range, right? She'd be like maybe 10 years older than him, but still. Sacha, my favorite Finlander. I was talking all about your people yesterday. I hope you wouldn't have been too offended, but I was explaining to a German that the original Finlanders were not actually Germanic or Scandinavian or Slavic. They were some kind of Turk. And the German lady was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's why the Finnish language is so wild compared to, same with the Hungarian language. It's like you're in Germany, you're having a great time, right? You go to Budapest, and it's just like, what just happened? I don't even know what this language is." Well, of course not. It's based on an Asian language group. It has nothing to do with
The Finnish was the one that Tolkien based the Elvish languages on, I think.
Tolkien based a shit ton of stuff on the Finnish mythology. Like the idea that you could sing and make magic happen, that is big in Finnish mythology. Voidamoinen, and the other guy starts with an L. It's like Ludakainen or something. They would like sing like the winds and the knots and sing a whalebone to carry him across an ocean. So you got this wizard all like covered in all this cold weather gear, and he's just freaking cruising across the ocean like a surfer on a whale rig. Because he sang about it and decided that shit's just the way it's going to happen. Yeah, Finnish mythology is super interesting and super dark. They don't have any good gods in the Finnish mythology. None. It's like the one hot chick in Deities and Demigods, Loviatar, and they added her to Forgotten Realms. She's like the mistress of pain, blah, blah, blah. And they show her as being super hot. I think you can see her tits, and she's got like a whip or whatever. In Finnish mythology, half of her is a rotten corpse with bones sticking through. She's got two sisters, and they wander around gathering up misery, and then they bring it home and put it in a big pot and stir it until it gets like 100 times worse, and then they go back out to redistribute it. So you might be miserable and all of a sudden wake up and be like, I'm not miserable anymore. I feel good. And it's because the goddesses came and took your misery. However, someone else somewhere, a little bit, is getting ready to get 10 times your misery. And that's just the way shit is. The best you can hope for if you're a Finnish guy, according to their myth, is when you die, you get a drink and it makes you forget who you were. Spend all of eternity just randomly doing whatever the hell you used to do. So if you're a carpenter, you forget all of your life's woes and shit, and you just spend all eternity in this dark realm ruled over by this man and his wife, who are the gods, doing carpentry shit. Because why the F not? It's
job security.
And a culture. Even the Vikings didn't want to raid Finland. You know what I mean? You got these Vikings, they're badasses, right? They're going all over the whole world. They're going deep into Russia and like tramping through the frozen forests and swamps, setting up kingdoms and shit. Finland, hell to the no. They were like, yeah, we're not going in there. Those Finns are crazy. Crazy people. And they weren't wrong. They weren't wrong. A lot of Finnish religion involved, like, you know, human sacrifice.
Yeah. The Russians certainly had a fun time there.
Well, I mean, they needed it, though. I mean, a lot of the kingdoms of Russia, a lot of people don't know this because it's not something anyone would give a shit to know unless you're like way in history. There were many Slavic kingdoms that actually asked the Scandinavians to rule them. Because the Scandinavians, they might have been dicks and whatnot, but they brought law and order. And before the Scandinavians arrived, the way the Slavic legal system or whatever government system worked is what they called the big man system. And that meant whoever had the most money and could pay the most for feasts ruled right up until someone else stabbed them in the freaking back. And really the only thing he ruled was his settlement. So if you're some poor Russian guy and you're just living out in the woods, any given minute, someone could ride up and just murder you and your whole family. And that is just the way it was. So the idea that the Vikings would roll in and start imposing laws, granted pretty barbaric and harsh laws, it was better than nothing, right? And that's before you get into the fact that Slavs aren't actually what we thought they were anyway. There were tons of people that lived in that region. And at some point, one of them created this Proto-Slavic language, which happened to be very easy to learn compared to all the other languages like Scythian and whatnot. So all these other tribes we know of, they started speaking this Proto-Slavic language because it was good for trade. You know, when you weren't murdering each other, you might want to trade some sticks, rocks, or some shit. And then over time, they stopped speaking their native language. And they all just kept speaking Slavic. So when people ask, where did the Cimmerian people go? Or where did the Scythians go? Or the Sarmatians go? They didn't go anywhere. They learned Slavic and then integrated into the Kievan Rus Empire over time. Even the Kurgan, my beloved Kurgan, that's just a name for tombs that were built by the Kurgan tribe before Christ was born. And they are a real actual people. They still actually exist. They just started speaking Slavic. But in reality, they were more of a Turkic, steppe people.
Yeah, the steppes produce some party animals. That is a rough area.
That was a bad neighborhood. Like, the little baby opens his
Could have
eyes,
done with some broken windows police in there.
They should do the meme where the little baby's like, "Was I born in Rome?" And it's like, "No, you were born on the steppes, comrade."
Oh.
Yeah, and how did that saga end up, Satya? Did those guys end up getting tied to trees by their own guts or some shit? Because that is kind of the shit that the Finns were down with, Now, modern day Finns are whatever the original Finns were, mixed with a lot of Scandinavian and Slavic. And depending on where you are in Finland, they speak a very heavily like Russian dialect. But I mean, that's bound to happen after hundreds of years of being the Archduchy of Finland, which was part of the Russian Empire. So, like one of the bands I like a lot, Vertoinen or whatever, it's a bunch of women. They ran, see? Yeah, as soon as they stepped off the boats into that dark forest full of Finns, they were like, no, we're not doing this shit.
Yeah, languages change very quickly. People don't realize it. There's a, I'll send you a link to it. There's this guy who basically does this little monologue from this farmer family, and he basically starts it like in English from like the 9th century and brings it up to modern English, just like very slowly as he's speaking. And it's like, see where you can like start understanding what they're fucking saying. And it's usually like around the 1600s that you start like being able to like vaguely follow it. So even fairly recently, English was almost unintelligible to a modern speaker.
English has always been a rapidly changing language. From the first time you could even say anything about it. Yeah, it's the 3 women, and like they're all. I think even the chubby one's hot, and the other 2 are definitely super hot, and they almost sound like Appalachian bluegrass. Like they're playing banjos and shit, but they're singing in Finnish, and it's like, it's Finnish folk stories, Like one of them's about a guy who has to go kidnap his wife from her father, because apparently in Finland that was, in order to prove you'd be a good husband, you literally had to kidnap your wife from her
That's
family.
where the tradition of the best man comes from. It's the guy you took with you to go steal your wife. It's like the best.
I mean, like everyone knew you wanted to marry her, so it's not like you were actually kidnapping her in the dead of night. Everyone knew what was going to happen, but if you actually wanted her, you had to be willing to get in there and get her. And if you couldn't, then guess what? You just ain't marrying that chick. You better go find another one with a weaker husband or a weaker dad. Can you imagine being some like 19-year-old dude and being like, I really love this woman, but her dad is like a hero who raided everywhere and just like has a stack of skulls in the backyard just because he likes to look at them. It's like, how much do I really love this woman? This guy's going to be in the house with an axe, and I got to sneak in and get her? I don't know. This shit ain't going to work out.
The
right?
Spartans
I
had
guess
some.
the dad likes you. He probably goes easy on you.
Yeah.
Like pretends to be asleep while you sneak out with his daughter. Or if the daughter's a real pain in the ass,
Yeah.
he just leaves her to jump out front. He's like, just
Go for a walk.
Yeah, he's like, come get this bitch. I don't want her in the house anymore anyway.
Yeah. The Spartans had this weird thing where even when you were married, you weren't actually allowed to go see your wife at all. So you actually had to like escape and sneak off. And if they caught you, you like got in trouble.
Well, they were that way about everything.
Yeah, they were very weird.
They were, like Spartans aren't even human. Because as a human, I try to think in the way it would take to think like a Spartan, and I can't do it. It's like these homeboys would stand there quietly while a fox ate their guts out because they didn't want to get caught for stealing a fox. That's a story.
I've heard that. Yeah,
They volunteered to get beaten with clubs just pretty much every day. Why not? Hi, Timmy. How you doing, Timmy? And it's like, and in order to graduate the agoge, they had to sneak out and murder
some one of the peasants.
with their bare hands and not get caught doing it. It's like, yeah, I love 300 as much as the next guy, but these guys were not humans. They were psychopaths. And the discipline required to stand there in your red robe while a small animal is chewing through your guts. I can't even imagine that kind of thing. Yeah, they're Karelian Finns tend to be a lot more with the Russian Slavic part because that's closer, That was the part that, whether you think it's fair or not, and I don't think it was fair, that the Soviet Union went to war because when the Soviet Union took over the Russian Empire, Finland was literally like within 50 miles of St. Petersburg. And they were like, oh, we can't have a country. Really what they wanted to do is take Finland back over and add it to the Soviet Union. It didn't work. But they tried like hell. And they did force the Finns into some treaties, Oh yeah, 300 soundtrack, Conan soundtrack. Last night before I went to bed, I actually watched Conan the Destroyer one more time, which makes it about 200 times.
I have very mixed feelings about Conan the Destroyer.
Me too. But Double D was on the show with me the other day, and we were bullshitting around, and that's like his favorite. It's his favorite D&D style movie. And I've watched it a bunch of times anyway, but I had to go back. Also, the god that they're looking for, that is a Lovecraftian deity.
Yeah, it's Dagon, isn't it?
No, it's there's a lot of names for it, but I think the main name is like Glump. And in its natural form, it looks like kind of this big saltwater evil monster-y sluggy thing, but it always has that Greek statue head. And there's a whole story, Lovecraft story, where World War I German submarine captain finds a corpse hanging onto his U-boat, and when they look through the corpse, it's carrying that head.
Oh, this sounds
and then
familiar.
As soon as they take the head into the submarine, all hell breaks loose and everything goes bad. And it ends up with the captain being the only one alive at the bottom of the ocean looking into a temple that's all like Greek style and shit.
Yeah, this is really familiar. I think I may have listened to that in an audiobook a long time ago.
Yeah, he ends up shooting a couple of guys. People just start going crazy. Yeah. They start trying to sabotage the submarine. That is the best D&D movie in your opinion. See, my argument is the 13th Warrior, but I'm willing to concede a point now, having ran the game I run for 6 months. The 13th Warrior is not the best D&D movie, but it may in fact be the best Hyperborea. I mean, you got a group of Vikings and a random Arab fighting Neanderthals. That is like the most Hyperborea shit I've ever heard of, really. The only other movie that I think is super Hyperborea, well, there's so many, but one of them that stands out is Ralph Bakshi's Fire and Ice.
That's a good. We watched that on movie night one time with Barrow about a year ago. That was really good. I like that.
Oh, that is like 100% Hyperborea. Like the main bad guy Necron would just be a very high level cryomancer, using his ice magic to push the, and of course he's being served by his subhumans, Necron's dogs. Well, Hyperborea is crawling with primitive humans. Neanderthals, Desovians, it's just all over the place. And then the fact that there could be some people living near a coast that's jungle-y with a keep built on a volcano, yeah, 100%. And in Hyperborea, you can buy a pterodon to fly around on. So what do I am staying cautiously optimistic, Satya, about the Conan thing. It depends. The first time I see Ballet, I'm going no. When I see Ballet, I'm going to know what we're dealing with. And I say that because, see, I'm not just a man that runs his mouth. I can show it off a little bit. I have a number of the Monolith Conan Ballet miniatures. And if it doesn't kind of look like her, then I'm going, no. Like if she's not half naked with like milk white skin and raven black hair, I'm going to know right now that they effed that shit right up. Because Ballet barely wore anything. She was a Shemite, which is the proto-Semites. And she was known for having milk white skin, dark eyes, and black hair. And her whole crew were a bunch of black dudes that basically worshipped her like a god. but she ends up banging Conan.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, And that whole thing was Conan had been on a merchant ship that Ballet's crew attacked and sank. And rather than die, Conan being Conan, he jumped into the water and swam to her ship and jumped up on it and started killing people. And she was like, hold on, let's work this shit out, right? And then I think these guys, also from Monolith Conan, might be her elite guard. And they're, of course, Southern Africans with spears and hide-covered shields. So, from Dafar or one of the Black Kingdoms, as Conan called them. And then Conan becomes Amra, which means lion in the language of the Black Kingdoms.
Yeah. He does that a bunch, actually, Cody. Every now and then he just, finds some, ship. He's like, who's the captain? Just, kills him and takes over.
Well, a lot of people miss that in the R.E. Howard stories, too. One of his closest comrades was a guy from the Black Kingdoms. And at some point, Conan and this guy actually go down there. And so Conan's just running thick in the streets with all these hot black chicks. And what's up, Shadow? How you doing, brother? And
hey,
I
saw the shadow signal and I made my way here as quick as possible.
Somebody said you would.
Doc, always a pleasure to see you. How you been, man?
Hanging out. Craziness here, but
you got Paul and his whole game group running your new game. That's exciting.
That's cool. It's got to be.
That's Draw Still, right? That you made.
What's up?
Did you
Blood and Iron.
There's Age of Blood and Iron, which is the one I made a while back. That's the really big one, and the new one. Actually, I got to cut my first author copy of it. Days of High Adventure, which is basically my take on an OSR style game, but it's
I know nothing of that. You haven't sent me a link where I can buy it or anything.
Yeah, once I have the money to do so, I'm going to start sending out copies to people. So everybody who got,
I'll pay for it, right? Because lately I've been getting a couple of free copies, and I kind of feel bad because people want me to check it out and say nice things, but I'm just going to be honest either way, and like I said, I know times are tight for you, bro. So just send me a link, I'll grab it.
Cool.
But I had to come here real quick, mostly because one, you mentioned Belief. That's how I pronounce it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But they can never do her justice because one, they will never make her nude the entire movie, and that's gay and retarded, or lame and retarded.
That. There was that movie with what's his name that played the kung fu character, right? And the female co-star in that movie literally never had anything on her top the whole movie.
Yeah, they won't do that, and she's white, so they'll never do it right. They'll get some, black chick to play her, and
well, that's why I said, Shadow, I'll know if the movie's going to be good or not the second I see Belief.
Because like with she was supposed to be in Robert E. Howard's world. She's the most beautiful woman of all time, just like Deja Thoris was the most beautiful woman there. And they did not really look very far or wide to cast Deja Thoris, in my opinion. That woman was at best a 7. Okay,
Shadow, don't
you
make me talk shit to you. You're my friend.
I know, but
that
she was.
Woman
Come on,
dressed up as Deja Thoris was a freaking goddess.
No, oh my God, no.
She was so hot with the red skin and the black hair. Get out of here!
They didn't even do her skin
red.
right.
Actress was, but
I'm talking the movie. In the movie, they didn't do her skin red. It was just tattooed with some blue shit. She was some brick. No.
Yeah, she had red skin. Look her up.
Not in the movie. With Thomas Jane, or not Thomas Jane. The other guy. I can't remember his name. The guy who played Gambit, I think, in one of the movies. No, her skin was not red. They didn't do the makeup. Go check it out.
I don't care if she was hot.
I don't think she was. She wasn't.
Not your things from popping in all the way from across the whole world.
She wasn't an 11, and I could prove it because what did she do after that? Has she been in every movie, everywhere? Let's just take Scarlett Johansson, who I also don't think is a 10, but she's all over the freaking place. The actress who played
I
Daisy Thorpe
don't
didn't
even know who that
appear.
actress was. I don't know what her story was. She may have decided she didn't want to act anymore. She may have cranked out a couple puffs and been like, I'm good.
No, they would have handed her mountains of cash just to do freaking commercials if they could. You
Dude,
know what I mean? And it didn't
I
happen.
based that theory, Shadow, on Phoebe Cates. She did a few movies. Everyone loved her, especially in Fast Times when she did the pool scene to, Living in Stereo or whatever. And then she got married and vanished.
Yeah, she married
Some
Kevin Kline.
smart ass motherfucker scooped her up and sealed the deal.
It was either Kevin Kline
was
or
Kevin
Kenneth
Kline.
Branagh or whoever.
Kevin Kline,
Somebody
too.
made her ass, and they're like, I'm wiping this bitch right up.
Yeah, it was
And they
Kevin
did.
Kline. He was like 25 years older than her.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the actress who plays or played Deja Thoris was already married at the time, and they just got somebody who was pretty. I'm not saying she's not like ugly or anything, but she's not a 10. She's just not a 10 because nobody talks about her.
Not the way you're talking about your preferences.
No, I'm just talking in general. Like right now, everybody here, when you say Phoebe Cates, everybody knows her. We don't even know the actress's name. That's how forgettable she was.
Let's be fair though. We were 16, and it was maybe one of the first 10 sets of boobs we'd ever seen. So,
oh no,
it was memorable.
I was older, and I'd seen, hell, I'd seen Deborah Harry's tits by that time,
And not only that, it was my introduction to the Cars, which went on to become one of my favorite bands of all time.
Good, solid band.
Yeah,
but the fact that we don't even know her name and can't mention anything else she was in.
Just what I needed.
Yeah, she was lucky. Let's put it that way.
You are a negative Nancy. I'm telling you.
No, I'm just stating some
I'm
facts.
telling you that with all the love of a brother. You are a negative Nancy, and I bet you half of the chat would agree. Nothing makes you happy.
No, I could think of half a dozen actresses who would have played that part better. And the fact that she was like 90% clothed in the movie was a serious letdown.
She should have been topless, but it was a Disney movie.
Well, there's that. But I bet even in the cartoon that they're making, right now they're just like they're working on Conan. They've been working on the John Carter cartoon.
That is actually what we were talking about, Conan.
They've been working on the John Carter cartoon for a little bit longer, and she won't be topless in that.
Well, as a cartoon, no, because in the United States, we've got this weird concept that if it's animated, it's for kids.
Yeah.
Which is, again,
it's
also
retarded.
retarded.
The way it is. If it's animated, it's for kids. Unless it's Ralph Bakshi, and then God only knows.
Well, when was the last time he made a movie? And the last movie they did of his was Cool World. I mean, that was incredibly tame for a Bakshi movie.
Oh, I'm pretty sure
they had heavy metal. There was more than tits in heavy metal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in Cool World, the directors and everybody were like, "Look, bro, we're going to give you a big fat check. You need to calm the hell down, though, because we're not doing another Fritz the Cat over here."
Here's the thing: I really love the John Carter movie and the franchise, etc. But I just have higher expectations. I've been waiting for John Carter to be a movie since 1977, when I got my first John Carter comic book, and the comic book chick was hotter than that actress, and she didn't even exist.
I'm going to tell you what I tell a lot of my friends: lower your standards.
Wow.
You'll be happier. I mean, if you're just looking to date or have a good time, which is what entertainment is, well, then lower your standards, bro. You're not marrying this chick, so why do you care? And I love that movie, by and by. I was surprised that they let John Carter actually be John Carter. That shocked me.
I know, right? Southern boy.
It's like, wait, Disney's going to allow the main hero of their thing to be a Confederate soldier? Okay. I mean, I did not think that would be a thing, but it was. What was he?
Gotta remember, that was
Captain
2012.
John Carter, Confederate cavalryman.
That was 2012, the 100th anniversary of John Carter, and woke was not as woke as it was in 2012 as it is now.
Well, yeah, they weren't quite, tearing statues down for no good reason yet.
Right.
So, I mean, there's a thing. There's your silver lining. Just be happy they let Connor be John Connor.
We got
I like
lucky.
the actor they got to play the bad guy. That dude's good in like everything, and he's in a lot of shit.
You mean Omenal?
No, I mean the one they gave the power of the Thurn to.
Yeah, Omenal.
No, not the bald guy.
Oh.
The guy
other
from
guy?
the other city.
Oh, okay. Well, Omenal did a great job as well. Let's not, he's not here.
Oh, I totally got it. As soon as you said Omenal, I saw the Thurn effing everything up. Oh yeah.
And what was his name? God, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. The guy who played.
And then David Torres' right-hand man. That dude's been in a ton of movies.
He played Solomon Kane, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, that was Solomon Kane, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that's my favorite Robert E. Howard movie. Just saying, I could watch that movie every day. It was so perfect. With Conan, I got all kinds of complaints. With Solomon Kane, not one, except we didn't get the other two movies, and it wasn't as big as it should have been. It really should have been.
Kane was very close, not exactly close, but
James
very
Purfoy.
close to the actual.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
he was, and the guy he was played Caesar in Rome because he was in Rome too.
Yeah.
He played Mark Antony in Rome. And the guy who played
he
Caesar was
did
in it,
his
too.
homework when it came to Solomon Kane. He did his homework. He had a great appreciation for it. But here's the thing:
Well,
ostensibly,
the costume people were dead on too.
oh fuck, dude!
Yeah,
I
that big
would
freaking Puritan hat and the long.
I've
coat
got
and
one. I've
everything.
got one saved in one of my places I buy
They're
stuff.
so expensive, though.
They're about $150.
Well, to me, that's expensive. We're not all rich Californians. Some
But
of us are
here's-
just cold Florida boys. But actually, two of us here are just cold Florida boys.
Here's the thing: the reason the movie got screwed over is because of its. How do I put this? Its overt Christian system of beliefs, etc. It was too Christian for the bad guys in Hollywood to let slide and let fly like it should have.
I am not going to argue with you about it. I would have to see what else released at that time. Because a lot of movies get F, even though they're wonderful movies, because they get released against some other pat that just,
Right, but it wasn't even made in the States. That should be your first clue.
Yeah. Also, that movie had a lot of problems because it was supposed to be released in the United States. It got delayed by a year. So all the advertising already happened and died away. Then it got released
And
in
the
Europe.
filming nightmares of it being multiple factors below zero and
That was just
hard.
massive studio mishandling of the whole property.
But I might go watch that tonight just because it's such a damn good movie.
Yeah, it's an
don't know,
awesome movie.
I could almost say I'd be hard pressed to say what I like better, John Carter or Solomon Kane. That's an amazing statement that I have to come to grips with.
I don't think it's that amazing at all. And I already know
normally I would just say John Carter and be done with it, but I'm like, yeah, that movie was fucking badass.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Because I would have picked Solomon Kane.
Yeah, but
And I like John Carter, don't get me wrong, but Solomon Kane was badass. The beginning of it, when they're raiding that freaking Turkish or whatever.
Coming out of the mirrors.
Yeah,
That was
they
one
raid
thing
that
that annoys me.
airspace or
Whenever
something, and all hell
they do
breaks loose.
a Howard story, they did this with Solomon Kane and they did it with Conan, is that they have to have an origin story, and Howard always left that stuff vague. He never, over the course of the Conan books, you kind of find out stuff about his background, but it was just stuff he mentions.
Well, that's the great thing about the Solomon Kane movie. You could literally put that movie in between, before, after any one of his stories. From the 11 stories that he actually wrote, the original Howard stuff. You could literally drop that story in anywhere and it fits and doesn't.
I'm going to go ahead and give Shadow a freaking aneurysm. There is rumor abounding in the lore community that Solomon Kane may, in fact, have been related to Conan.
No, I've heard that before. I've heard that. As a matter of fact, in one of the Savage Sword of Conan stories, there's another character. I forget his name. It's neither of them, that was all of them. It was like Howard's version of the Eternal Champion and reincarnation.
Yeah,
Kind of
there's
thing.
a yeah. I can't remember. He's like an old man. He's dying in a hospital, and he's giving
Yep.
interviews because he remembers all his past lives.
Mhm, mhm. And of course, not a fan of reincarnation, but whatever. Who would win in a fight on Earth with no access to magic? Shadow, Solomon Kane, or John Carter? Well, John Carter, because he'd have a repeater, not a flintlock, and he'd just unload, and Solomon Kane would freaking drop dead with like 4 or 5, 6 rounds in his chest. But the thing is no one would ever let that happen. And not to mention
Well,
that
it wouldn't happen because if
John
they
Carter would
missed
fight
each other,
dirty.
they'd be bros.
Right. John Carter would fight incredibly dirty, whereas Solomon Kane would be looking.
They would have
around,
walked up and been like, "What's up, homie?
right.
What's up?"
Yeah.
They'd been friends and either adventured together or went their other ways.
Mhm.
But Shadow is, I think, right. I think the fact that John Carter could pull out a couple of Colt 45s just to down on it might have given him the advantage over Solomon Kane. But the other thing to remember is this: John Carter was incredibly skilled with a cavalry saber.
Yep.
That dude could fight. I mean, sword on sword, he was still one of the best ever.
Mhm.
So Solomon Kane, who might have been an amazing swordsman, he's still fighting another guy who is also an amazing swordsman.
Not to
Now,
mention
Conan
that
would beat them both up, though.
but the cavalry
Somehow.
saber, I think, also has the advantage. With the right couple of swings, he might actually snap poor Solomon's blade. Because let's face it, it was a an epi. It wasn't a
Well, he
you know what I mean?
carried a
It's a big word.
slugger in one hand, and that's a pretty thick dueling weapon. That's a rough one. And then he had that epi in the other hand, the paring dagger. So I don't
Didn't
know.
he use a rapier?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
talking
well,
about.
the slugger is
An
a
epi
German
an epi is
rapier,
like
but
a
it tends to be
thicker fencing saber.
and it has an edge on it, whereas rapiers generally are just stabby.
Yeah, that's why I said an epi. An epi is more of a fencing saber, and the dirk or mangosh that he had in the other hand, if he ever got in contact with it, just because a cavalry saber is just a massive cleaver. Those things are heavy. I had one. I had an actual U.S. Civil War cavalry saber.
Yeah, the Civil
that
War
thing-
cavalry sabers are no joke. I mean, you could.
I mean, if you can cut a horse head off,
with that.
I mean, you could decapitate a horse with those fuckers.
But here's what would happen: Conan would chuck a rock at John Carter, throwing his aim off, and then close the distance, while John Carter only hit him one time in the left shoulder, and then split Carter in half from his shoulder all the way down to his hip. And then Solomon Kane would be shitting himself about it then. And that's when Conan turns around and goes after him.
Who the
right?
fuck's writing this story?
So then Conan runs up and Solomon Kane
that guy.
surrenders. And Conan tells him, get the F out of here, right? And then later, Conan takes his dagger and cuts into his own left arm and pulls that bullet out, chucks it on the ground, and then heats that dagger up. And then Conan goes on to the store and buys a shit ton of Ellen
Thanks, Steve.
horns. And that's how that story ends. Every time. Every
Who's writing
story.
the story? I'm guessing this is written by one James McKee. And not one
Shadow, I
and
stand 10 toes down on this. You can invent anyone you want. Conan, it's going to end the same way every time. He's going to get fucked up a little bit. He's going to kill him, and then he's going to go get way drunk and bang like 9 whores. And then he'll feel better the next day. Or maybe have a headache. But it don't matter. Because Conan, that's what he does. An NCO sword from that era. Yeah, they're
Yeah, the cavalry saber I had. I mean, it was, at the hilt, the blade was almost 2 inches wide and easily, 5, 6, 7 millimeters thick. It's
like a 36-inch blade.
It's no joke. It's fucking heavy. The scabbard alone,
And curved.
the scabbard alone
curved,
weighs more than
Shadow.
most blades.
You know why it's curved?
You get more force and impact and whatever they call it.
You would think,
on-
but the reality is, and why do I know this? Because I know stupid shit. when you're riding at a full gallop and you slice into a guy, a straight blade is going to deliver all that force up your arm, and you'll probably end up just dropping that sword because it's got right. But a curved blade is going to hit and just slide through.
Fu Manchu, that's like no contest. Come on. You got to give him at least like an abominable snowman and like a half a dozen, if not a full score.
Now, what I want to
Fu Manchu wasn't a fighter. He was a thinker. He sent his little minions against you.
Yeah. You got to throw in like a score of those Chinese terracotta warriors, all animated and shit.
I just reminded myself that's who they should have got to play Solomon King. Nicolas Cage.
Oh God.
No.
He would have been the best Solomon King ever, I guarantee.
That's about as bad an idea as having him play Superman back in the day. Remember that
He
shit?
would have been an amazing Superman.
You might as well get Keanu Reeves. Men would like that for this dude.
All right, first up, Steven. Deadpool's tough, but you have to remember something. While he can't die, he could still catch an ass whipping. And Conan would be really quick to throw that ass whipping on him. And then he would have to wander around looking for his head or his ass or something for a while.
Have any of you seen
at the whorehouse? By the
have
time
any of you
Deadpool
seen the new Nicolas Cage Spider-Man stuff? Any of that?
No, I haven't.
I have not watched the Nicolas Cage Spider-Man Noir stuff.
It looks good, don't it?
It does look pretty good. And I did watch Renfield, and no matter what you think about the movie, Nicolas Cage killed it as Dracula. You could say the movie sucked. I'll be like, well, okay, the movie sucked. That's your opinion. But Nicolas Cage as Dracula, he killed it. He was over the top.
I haven't seen it, so I can't comment. I do know that the most recent Frankenstein was an absolute abortion of a film.
Yeah.
I was so pissed when I watched it. Like I wasn't even 20 minutes in, and I wanted to throw shit at my TV.
I think I watched the best 50 cows. Yeah, still not going to happen. By the time he gets those 50 cows out, Conan's on him, cut him in half. It's like, get out of here, bitch. Conan has defeated eldritch gods. Deadpool is not an eldritch god.
In the comic books.
Listen here, Shadow. I swear to God. I swear. Don't start this. We'll be here all day. I don't want to hear you.
He ran away from eldritch gods in the books, but he didn't actually.
I don't want to hear all you're just saying bullshit.
No.
Conan has a shit ton of comic books. I own them. They're over there.
Me too. I love them, but they're not the same. You know, it's like this. If I were to take,
you know what this goes back to, Shadow? You can't be happy. You not let yourself be happy.
Dude, do you know what I woke up to this morning? I woke up to this morning FedEx having already delivered my Dungeon Dwellers Kickstarter after a 2-year wait.
Oh, nice. So
my whole day's been great. But if I were somehow,
I was going to say, did you wake up with Clown's hand in your pocket?
No. My hand was in the Clown's.
That's from Metalocalypse.
No, my hand was in the Clown's.
Face walks in. He's like, today I woke up and there was a clown's hand in my pocket, and it's Roxo, the rock and roll clown. Anyway, so you got your Kickstarter, awesome.
And it's most of you guys don't remember the old Heritage Miniature Dungeon Dwellers stuff where Reaper bought them after they folded, and then like acted like we created Dungeon Dwellers, not giving any credit to the.
Is that the one they made a role-playing game about?
Yeah. And I got it all, and I'm looking forward to it. And I'll that'll probably be tomorrow's video is me unboxing it.
Nice.
I mean,
I looked at the role-playing game, and it just looked like another D&D type game.
Yeah, it totally is. It totally is. Just Reaper wants to have their own brand. That's cool. And the fact that they're,
well, they have that whole range of miniatures called Dungeon Dwellers or whatever.
That's literally taken from the Heritage line of Dungeon Dwellers. They bought the rights and the molds, etc., and then just kind of pretended like it never happened, and just used all that as inspiration. So, it's hard because I mean it was
Well,
1980s.
that's what I did when I got my wife.
Yeah.
I got her, and then like from some other guy, and then I just pretended like it never happened.
They went belly up in 1980, like 1980, and Reaper became, or Heritage became kind of like Texas Miniatures, and then Texas Miniatures became Reaper Miniatures. I think that's the way it went. And
See,
so
I'm
they just
already opposed. I like belly down better.
yeah, face down on the mattress. Yeah, great song.
It is, isn't it?
That is a dirty motherfucking song. That's almost as dirty as the translation to "So Hungry for You" by the Police.
What's crazy is that the main juxt of the song is the guy missing doing a lot of crystal meth and banging some chick. Literally doing crystal
who
meth.
hasn't been there before, right? I mean, it was the late '80s. Just saying.
Laying face down. Those little red pennies really pass the test. You face down on the mat. Yeah, laying face down on the mat. Yeah, that song is pretty rough. But anyway, so they bought Heritage, which is a company that I think you are literally the only human being that knows about. And then they made a game.
Cal might. They were just this really, really. They were one of the very first, if not the first. I think Minifigs was the first to have the license for Dungeons and Dragons miniatures. But Heritage Miniatures, literally, when they did Dungeons and Dragons, they sculpted them exactly. I mean, to the T from the Monster Manual. Okay, it's like the Bugbear, the Goblins, everything is like right out of the original AD&D Monster Manual, and of course they're all lead, and so they're hard to find, and they're 25 millimeter, but. Growing up, that was my company. It wasn't Grenadier. It wasn't Ralph Partha. It was Heritage. And, so I have a lot of fond memories. And I have everything Heritage ever made with very, very few exceptions. So I'm going to be talking about them a lot. But, I'm in a good mood. I'm just, very opinionated. And I have very high standards when it comes to certain things. That's it,
Just not friends.
No, of course not. I mean, friends choose you. It's not the other way around.
But
they're all a bunch of fucking cats.
You're right. Yes, Steven, you're probably right. But come on, man. That's not fair. That's not even fair. You're Deadpool. He can't be killed, and he's like the world's ultimate mercenary. Come on. Get out of here. You know what? You know what I could do for your Deadpool? I could be like, all right, Dr. Manhattan, motherfucker. What's Deadpool gonna do with that guy? Nothing. Be disintegrated at an atomic level and never regenerate because fuck him. I mean, there's always someone else.
And then to be an asshole, Dr. Manhattan will create an alternate reality where Deadpool is the absolute worst, most hated, reviled thing in that universe, but he has all of the original Deadpool's memories.
Or maybe he creates an alternate reality and he forces Deadpool to be nice school.
We saw what happens in that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Nice Pool or whatever he was called.
Poor Nice Pool just gets killed over and over again. Well, he gets killed once, but it just takes a long, long time for it to work itself through.
Steven, I am really good friends with the guy who owns the molds and will pump them out for like, I mean, imagine getting metal minis in 25 mil scale for less than $5 a pop. I mean, just say
yeah. Imagine not wanting them because they're going to look tiny next to everything else.
You're not wrong, but you know what's cool though is the kobolds and the goblins and some of the other creatures are fine at 25 mil scale.
Yeah, they would.
But the humans and the elves and the orcs and the hobgoblins, oh my god, the hobgoblins are so good if you want them to look like the Monster Manual.
Well,
modern sensibilities, they look like nightmare fuel.
Shadow, the thing you have to remember though is there was this other company called Otherworld Miniatures, and they did the exact same thing except their miniatures were 28 heroic. And I've got a shit.
They folded as well.
Well, they actually, the guy just got tired because it was a one guy operation.
And I saw Bloodworth. I saw Bloodworth's unboxing of the
Badger Games now sells all of that.
I saw Bloodworth unboxing the Otherworld's little, Moloch statue, that's supposed to be from the cover of the Player's Handbook. That's supposed to be to scale, and it's like I can fit it in my pocket. It's not to scale. It was like I would be pissed if I'd received that in the mail. I'm like, that's dinky. That's so dinky. Not that I really.
That may be dinky, but let me tell you, the bugbears are amazing. They're freaking huge and awesome. Like the giants are.
Oh, Squirrel! I was looking forward to the static grass thing. That's too bad, Squirrel.
Hello.
Hey, D-Paul, what's up?
Hey, Dini, what's happening?
Well, other than the heat wave for Europe, it's been all right.
The heat
And
wave.
yes, I will make sure to get like a portable AC unit next year. Let's skip that
What's
joke.
hilarious is somebody posted a meme on my Discord, and it's like for $1.98 a week, you can help a European get air conditioning.
Hey, have you guys seen that commercial for that little rectangular air conditioner, super high tech? You seen that shit?
Probably.
It's like this big. It's like really tiny.
Oh, I
it's
haven't.
like okay.
Like
It's
you
like- I think-
literally just attach it to a wall and turn it on,
yeah.
and it sucks air through it.
No, you know what it is?
Mm-mm.
It's a ripoff. It's a scam. Don't buy it.
Oh,
Okay.
well,
just a
thank you
tiny
for
little-
bringing it up then and getting everyone excited in Europe.
No.
They're all dying because it's like 75 degrees Fahrenheit over there, and they think they're going to melt.
Yeah.
Right. It's like 100 here, and it's just another day.
That's why. If you're a European, don't come on this channel bitching about the heat and into the island of Florida, man. The
So-
tarmac's melting outside.
Oh, yeah, I remember
Mike.
the early summer, there was a bunch of British people going on about how we're having that terrible heat wave. The Americans don't understand what it's like when there's a heat wave here, and I
Yeah.
did the conversion. It's like,
climate
dude, it's
change.
like
Everyone's
85.
trying. It's like 90 degrees at the beach. It's like that's the day we go eat bologna sandwiches and run up and down the beach. That's nothing.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's
how hot is it there for you, brother.
But I get it. I can't do cold weather. I tell you guys it's cold, and I say
Actually
it's
love
40,
cold
and you guys call me a pussy. It's all about acclimation. I know 40
But
degrees
you're
is
pretty
nothing
and
compared to.
well-groomed. Right? You might be a poussoir, but you're well groomed, so that says something. So, Dean, how hot is it?
Right now, not that much. It was more like yesterday where we have like... I don't remember if 40 is 100 or 101.
I don't remember either.
Either way,
I never
100,
learned that
101. That's a
measurement system.
respectable. That's worthy of complaining. I'll give you that.
We had that like a peak at noon yesterday. Then it went down to, okay, there's a converter. I can do that real quick.
40
Yeah, I mean,
is 104.
Yeah, for Florida, that's very hot. For California, certain parts, that's like every day.
Yeah, that's a proper temperature.
And then for the rest of the day, it was...
You can bitch at, if it's more than 100 degrees Fahrenheit, you're allowed to bitch. Legally by American standards.
and then for the rest of the day, it was 98 until like we had like a cloudburst with thunderstorm during the night. But that was here in Denmark. Not,
Okay.
and I heard that my German friend was very, how should we say, jealous because he's still having the 90 to 100 weather.
Dude, it has not been under 95 here in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's been fucking hot.
It was
Down here.
fucking 90 degrees last night at 1 a.m.
Ugh.
Right. See, that's why I love Kentucky. It can get 90 degrees in Kentucky, but when the sun sets, it drops to about 55, 60. That's nice.
Yeah.
So you just
Now,
got there. But no,
we
you're
have-
in Denmark, though, and Denmark's about at the same level as, like, what, New York?
Higher than New York, according to, I forgot who.
You know, every now and then, even in upstate, that shit will get 100 degrees, man.
Yeah.
It's just
Mhm.
weird. I remember, what was it, a couple of years ago, Doc, when the Canadians were freaking out because it was like 100 degrees in Quebec.
Man.
It's just
It does
weird-
get
weird
gets warm
shit
out
happens.
there. Yeah, it's because you're on the Atlantic conveyor there.
I will
That's
be
like
right
the
back.
only reason. That's the only reason Britain is habitable, is because of the Atlantic conveyor. Because it's right up there with like Siberia.
Oh yeah, we are normally like, what do you call it?
Yeah.
Denmark is normally regulated by like the ocean, but I guess the Saharan winds was a little too much this year.
Yep, and that shit affects us because what happens in the Sahara affects how many hurricanes we get.
Ah,
Our hurricanes start in Africa.
yeah,
So,
I knew like they came
the
like
world's an effed up place, Steve.
yeah, I know like they came from like the Gulf of Mexico, but I didn't know the front came all the way from.
The Gulf of Mexico is where they show up to F all of our shit up and make sure our insurance rates are going to be high. But they start off the coast of Africa, whip all the way across the Atlantic, and basically 9 out of 10 of them die because they either run into a cold patch of water or something. They just kind of go away, right? But the ones that are lucky enough to keep with the hot water and all that bullshit, they just they turn into problems. Now, luckily, lately, they've all went to South Carolina. There's been a few that ran through Florida, but most of them, they come to Florida and they look at it and they're like, nah, we're going to Carolina.
Yeah, we were lucky this last year. The previous 2 years, we had bad flooding here. This last year, there wasn't anything bad.
Right. When they go into the Gulf and then decide to whip across Florida, that's when you know it's not good
I
times
forgot
at all.
Katrina, was that the hurricane season, or was this just flooding? Well, not just, but was that flooding?
Florida, you can have flooding anytime at all for half the year.
No, I meant like Katrina. Was that like
Katrina just ripped everything up, and of course there was flooding. It was a hurricane, and it dumped like 2 feet of water in like a day.
Yeah, the other thing a lot of people leave out about Katrina, like one of the reasons it was so bad is because you had New Orleans' main protection against storms was that on the eastern side they had a huge amount of marshland, and swamps destroy storms.
Yeah,
it's like yank the energy out of them. And they decided, the Democrats running the place decided, oh, we're going to fill all that in and use that land.
Oh no!
And that's why that was so bad. If they and like, oh, the levees weren't up. No, the levees were fine for the situation you had before you filled in all that swampland. That's why it got out of control.
See, where I live in Orlando, because it's a good, I don't know how many miles, but it's about a 45, 50-minute drive to either coast. And a lot of time, hurricanes, when they go over land, especially the swampy lands on the coast, they end up becoming barely a tropical storm. Yeah. They hit here and the wind's 50 degrees or something. It's still anywhere else in the world, you'd be shitting yourself. But in Florida, you're just like, all right, let's drink some tequila or something, you know? Because it's not something you can people will be like, prepare for it. Well, okay, yeah, go out and get some water. Make sure you're in a nice, strong structure. That's about all you can do. It's not like you can run out and stop it. It's coming, you know? So that is actually a thing with most people in Florida is they don't take storms serious at all.
Yeah, it's all the time.
It just happens.
Like my brother has a little like Johnny boat tied up to his back porch. So when it floods, it just comes up.
Aluminum boat.
Take that out to the road. Yeah.
Take that out and drive it down the street with a little battery-powered trolling motor on it. You know, just you wake up and there's a 10 or 11-foot alligator in your pool.
Hey, Bob.
You're like, well, what's this all? Right?
Yeah, I would ask Shadow how he handles the hurricanes, but he lives too far inland, and it's inappropriate to ask how his marriage is going.
Yeah.
Shadow, do you
all we get is
dust
storms and heat.
Yeah.
Occasionally, like twice we've lived here, we got snow, which is cool. We get like almost no rain, which sucks ass. It's nice. It's nice, hot and dry, which is what I need with COPD. It's the perfect thing to keep me from
being all those deserts you see on TV. That's what Shadow lives in.
No, no, because like I've got pine trees literally from where I'm standing. Where I'm sitting right here, 20, 30 feet away, there is a row of pine trees up and down the main street that are all like 100 feet tall.
Yeah, somebody planted. They probably water.
Mhm.
Otherwise,
As a matter of fact-
it would just be sand and more sand.
Nah, we've got some stuff out here. But like
Yeah.
we had a seedling pop
He's
up.
got some shrubberies.
We had a seedling pop up on the other side of the fence. Just a little baby pine tree. We grew it, and in 15 years, it's like 30, 40 feet tall now. So
Now, where I went in California, you know what they had? They had nothing but rocks. Because I was in Death Valley near Ford.
I'm only about an hour, I think, away from Death Valley. I'm a half hour away. Literally, Shauna told me this. I'm a half hour away from that classic scene where Kirk fought the Gorn. So I can go and take
Connor used to work
and
out
of course, Bill and Ted had their little thing there too. Unfortunately, all the asshats in California went out there and graffitied the shit out of it.
there.
It should be a national treasure. I mean, come on, it's Kirk fought the fucking Gorn there. I mean, that's you know.
The Gorn is that lizard man that turned
Yes,
out not
it
to
is.
be a villain.
As a matter of fact, that Gorn miniature made by Heritage, the only company or the first company to have the rights for Star Trek, John Carter, Lord of the Rings, the cartoon, and something else really big. The Gorn miniature was one of the very first miniatures I ever bought as a gamer, because the guy Bob Dreyer, the guy who owned the shop, the Unicorn's Lair or Bob's Comics, had this little basket on the counter of miniatures that had like popped open from packs, and he just put them in there, and I got it for like 50 cents, and I went home. I can still remember it to this day with my Kester's model paints. Ran home, ran inside, started painting it up, and it was bright green. You know, Testers, didn't look anything like the Gorn, but I was so freaking happy. And that started my love affair with the Heritage Company, because the next miniature I bought was a miniature called the Shadow Host, which was like the mouth of Sauron or something from the cartoon. And I painted that fucker up next week, and that's where I got all my original D&D books. I got all my time as a paid DM there. Just
Shadow. Very commonly and well-known fact, the mouth of Sauron was a relative of Aragorn's.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah. I don't know why it interrupted you just to tell you that, but
it's
yeah,
okay.
just so
My trip
everybody
down
knows.
memory lane, comes and goes. Axes
Yeah,
and
you know how it
wings.
is. Just so everyone knows, the guy that rode out there all looking fucked up, that was literally one of Aragorn's customers.
So speaking of green things, James, on your shelf to your right, there's a purple ball, and next to it is a green thing. What's the green thing?
This thing?
Yes.
This
So I can't
is
see it's covered up by the live and the
the
Oh,
ever
okay.
famous, especially with us old school
Fancy.
grognards,
Ah,
Zargon, the ever living.
yes,
If
Sargon
you
is
dig
gonna.
out your B4, the Lost City, old school basic adventure, he is the main bad guy at the
Yeah,
very
I
bottom.
remember. I also remember there's a lot of fun art of him that's official, where like they don't get the scale right, so like he looks like a little taller than an ogre when he's supposed to be like.
Well, this guy
taller
was
than
made
that.
in Greece by what was the name of the company? Something like God's Corpse or something like that. Now, the purple ball is a House Merrick dropship.
Ah,
nice.
And this one is one of the smaller ones, so it carries 8 mechs. So, you want to invade a world.
I keep forgetting that those things are huge. It's not like you can have like 5 people in them. No, it's like, yeah, they're
Well,
probably
okay.
starships.
I mean, this is a heavy mech next to it, right?
Yeah.
So you figure you could put quite a few of these in, and if you're carrying light mechs, which is like something like this guy right here, this is first.
Have you ever seen the Whiz Kids dropship?
This is it.
No.
No, this is the new one. Are you talking about the old foam one?
No, I'm talking the giant plastic one from Wizards of the Coast that held like 8 hero.
Hey guys,
like,
sorry, I got a visitor from the state. I got to deal with this. Talk to you
All right.
later.
We'll catch you
Uh-oh,
later.
uh-oh.
And yes, Steven, I remember coming down here when I was like 14 or 15, and my mom lived down here. And we had no air conditioning back then because no one did. I don't even know if air conditioning was a normal thing. So we had giant box fans in every window, and you would just lay in bed and sweat all night. It was the absolute worst. Well, maybe not the absolute worst, but it sucked. And there's BRC, the man with the plan. Did pretty good last night, BRC. You kept the group from getting ambushed like a number of times. Good job. He plays a scout in my actual game. And as a scout, he gets like a bonus versus being surprised. There are a number of times where he was the key reason the group didn't get surprised by ambushing monsters or whatever. And so while he, I think, only hit one time in combat the whole game, he still carries his weight because he makes sure the group isn't constantly getting ambushed and shit. So, and he can track.
So he's that marine soldier, whatever, that remembers to look up.
Yeah, he's like the recon guy. He's just kind of out there making shit happening. Now, the warlock in the group, because he's mastered his spear and his stats and stuff, that dude at level 4 gets +8 to hit with his spear and can attack 3 times every 2 rounds at +5 damage too. So
Every 2 rounds? Why isn't it every round?
because this is old school and that's just how it works. So what that means is he can attack once in the first round of combat and then twice in the second round of combat. And then once and then twice and then once and then twice. And it's actually not that big of a deal since he's got a weapon class, I think 5 or 6 weapon. So he's got a 10-foot reach. So he can stand there one-handing that spear with his giant-ass shield, popping guys. As long as they're within 10 feet, he's popping dudes, right? And if it's like a hit die 1 monster, like a skeleton, it's going to be an auto kill. Because skeletons generally have between 1 and 8 hit points, and he's guaranteed 6 damage. So, pretty tough guy, the warlock. Plus, he just learned the enlarge spell, so because the warlocks are like fighter mages, so he can. Their plan is to wait till my wife activates her berserker cloak and turns into a giant cave bear, and then to cast enlarge on her, so that she becomes basically a dire bear, and can like literally tear buildings down. That's their whole plan. And then my brother's character, he actually learned Holy Vestments so he can cast it on Robert's character, because Robert's character doesn't wear armor, but Holy Vestments creates a magical set of armor that anyone can wear that's effective as a suit of chainmail. Right? So, the group's all working together to do shit.
So, Shadow, to balance the power of Ordering versus Hyperborea, what could your players do in Ordering?
Well, right off the bat, they have about 30 to damn near unlimited racial choices, and all of them have various pros and cons. There are all kinds of professions that range from, your standard stuff to, some things that you won't find elsewhere. One of the original profession was the courtesan,
I was about to ask. Oh, is one of them a prostitute? But yes.
Yes, literally, the companions from Firefly are like that.
But hey guys, don't limit yourself. Literally, any class can be a prostitute if they try.
Right, just like a thief. But they had all kinds of access to potions and poisons and love potions and all kinds of sneaky shit. And they also had they had the slaver, no fucks to give. You literally were a slaver, or you could be a witch hunter. Things got to remember that this was pre AD&D / right at AD&D, so a lot of
Right.
stuff hadn't been created or codified yet. They had the
Yeah.
alchemist, they had the witch doctor, they had
Which
literally like
doctor?
the witch doctor.
Which one?
Well, they had a variety.
A witch
So,
doctor, Dean.
yeah, we know. I'm just trying to play along, but one of the more unusual character classes was something called the Techno, which was someone who didn't believe in magic and was a member of this secret guild, if you will. That as they went up levels, if they went and got to, like, say, level 20 or level 50, they actually went up to level 100. By the time, if you ever made it to level 100, you knew how to make a starship. Okay, I mean, you would absorbed all the knowledge, and throughout your career, you could fix things and make things from scratch, starting with like flintlock weaponry to cold beam ray guns and stunners and nuclear warheads and all kinds of crap.
Yeah, I definitely know players who would love to play a class like this because it's not an artificer, aka it's not someone who makes it work because either magic or because they believe in it.
No, it's literally science. Unfortunately, they get some disadvantages against magic because they don't believe in it. They think there's some technological explanation that they haven't figured out yet. Of course, there isn't. It's just the
So
two
they can
things.
easily be blinded by
Oh
science.
yeah. Well, they start out blinded by science, but it also had this unique thing called the normal, which was literally like before anybody else did it. Everybody in the game was a leveled character. Okay, so your bartender might be a 20th level normal and would have commensurate abilities as a bartender. So he'd be a 20th level bartender with, God knows what kind of abilities the GM and the players could work together to make, and so you didn't have that thing that I really don't like about D&D, which is like the 2 to 5 hit point regular folk, that gives the players the idea that they can just walk into any town and just start murdering everybody except the town's guard, and there'll be like 8 of them. Once they've dealt with them, they own the castle and the kingdom because everybody only has 2 to 5 hit points. In Arduin, anybody you bump into could be, a very high level in their own profession, which would give them abilities, and their take on hit points was very different. You didn't get a D6 or whatever every level. So going into the game, you're like, this is what I am, this is what I got. I'm going to get better, but I'm not going to someday have like 200 hit points ever. It's just not going to happen. That's for the monsters. That's why you got to work hard, work together, because you never know when you're going to open up a door and there's going to be 4 sharks floating in midair, freaking hovering right at your ass, because that's Arduin.
Yeah, I remember you telling us about well, that was, I think, on your stream, but like the flying sharks.
And then when you kill the sharks, if you manage to kill the air sharks, they explode because of their gas splatter into a fireball equal to their original starting hit points or hit dice. So there's that. Arduin was famous for like you ever go and you find a treasure chest and you successfully disarm it, the trap. Well, in Arduin, you better check again because there might be 2 or 3 more traps on that chest just for funsies. The implications will set in and you'll be like, oh, that fucking sucks. Now I got to check again and again until, and then even then, if it was a magical trap, you might have no way of knowing because it's just, you're not a magic user. How would you know? I mean, the magic user just went abracadabra, and now if you open it and you don't say the special magic word, you get hit in the face with a 12 die fireball.
So I have a question about Arduin, not as a game system, but as a setting. Is there a reason why I haven't seen books for it, like from Forgotten Realms and other things, other than
mostly because most of those went out of print before you were born. The other one is there is a world book. It's about, I kid you not, this big. It's 900 pages. and it tells the whole world and
Oh,
all.
sorry,
Its...
I didn't mean rule books. I meant like novels. Like stories in the setting.
Oh, that's a good question. That really should be rectified. There are some people working behind the scenes to do some stuff like that, and it really needs to happen because see, David A. Hargrave, the guy who created it all, he died in like 1985.
Yeah, I can see how that's a problem.
And since then, it went to this company called Dragon Tree Press, owned everything for a while, and then George and Dave bought it, and they have been working for more than a decade to come up with a universal system. Because Arduino wasn't really a game so much as it was originally supplements to White Box and AD&D. It was just stuff you were supposed to tack onto it, and eventually it did try to make a couple of standalone games, but they were kind of ass, and they never really worked properly as a game, and they never, caught on. No one's even heard of them. And I looked through them, and I'm like, yeah, I can't run this. It's just, it's so removed from everything normal that we're familiar with that it just didn't work. And
yeah, that's really unfortunate, because I know Ars Magica has the same origin, but they actually succeeded in making a system after they were told that yeah, you can't just attach yourself to Dungeons and Dragons. But yeah.
Well, you could back then, but even then, Gygax got litigious with them, and then eventually they made up and became friends. Before it was too late. But then David A. Hargrave, he passed away, and it was just in kind of limbo for most of his time. And it's a really fun world because it starts with this premise that there's this place called the Plateau of Forever, and on it is this ring of arched, portal doorways that lead to all over the place, right? Which, obviously that's been done since then by other people, but it was the first place to do that. And in doing so, the world of Arduino has, visitors from all over the galaxy, including our Earth. So when you come to Arduino, you can bump into, like John Carter-like characters, or you can bump into freaking, alien explorers from such and such planet that, came here and decided to do business. But they also have this thing called the Universal Trading Company, which is like literally this pan-galactic interdimensional trading company where if you find an outlet, you can go. It was like the original magic shop, except that it was kind of based on Bazaar of the Bazaar in the Fritz Lieber stories with Grabowser and Fafford, where you go into this weird magic shop and there's laser guns and there's jet packs and there's stabs of the Magi and Veron T disruptors and what was that thing that Princess Leia had?
Blaster.
What was that little? No, that little grenade in Jabba's palace. What was that little thing?
Because he's only. But you know what you mean.
Yeah, but you could also find
a thermal detonator.
Thank you. I knew it was thermal something, but you could also find wands of magic missiles.
Yeah, that was Boba Fett. When he gave Han Solo to Jabba, and he told Jabba how much it was going to cost, and Jabba's like, "And why should I pay you that much?"
No, that wasn't. That was Princess Leia who had it.
Was it?
Yeah, she was
I thought it was Boba Fett. That was like,
no.
You're right. It's Princess Leia dressed up as the bounty hunter.
Well, as a bounty hunter, not Boba Fett, because Boba Fett was there, and he nodded to
like
Princess
Leia.
You're right, because he nodded at Princess Leia. He's like
saying, kind of along the lines of like, "Hey, nice move. I'm going to keep my eye on you,
buddy.
Hey, brother. What's up, Hungar?" But you could buy anything there if your DM would allow it, and there was price lists for all this crap. And that was literally the origin of the magic shop that would come later in every other game, where you could just buy off-the-shelf magic items, which, in some games, great idea. Other games, world breaker.
And that's where it came. My brother. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
And then we just watched Chewbacca and Han Solo down the pit, right?
Well, they put him in the same room, and
Han Solo was blind or some shit. He's like, Chewie.
Well, Leia deactivated the carbonite freezing.
All right, I'm catching up, guys. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just watched the movie with Jackie about 3 weeks ago, and
I was awesome. Obviously somewhere else in the Star Wars universe.
So there's one thing I find really funny about that scenario, like the infiltration of Jabba the Hutt's palace. So it, of course, R2D2 can't do much, or how should we say, like reserving. They can serve drinks.
Mhm.
I imagine that as part of the plan, that was they did that so he could make sure key per people were blasted. And
That's a
and,
good. That's actually genius. You know,
and that's
especially that little fucker. The little fucker who was sitting next to Jabba. It's like every time it was feeding time for that little bitch. Salacious Crumb was his name.
Yeah.
Every time it was time for feeding of that little bastard, he probably got a little extra, Thorazine or something in his food dish.
He's always sitting there laughing.
I actually didn't know it had a name.
Yeah,
Salacious
Crumb.
Crumb.
A genius name, some of those names were, although some of them were kind of bad, like Cad Bane. I'm like, really? You think we don't know what the word Cad means? Come on. Who names their son Cad Bane? You know what I mean? Without
Cad
thinking,
Bane's parents.
right, I know, but it was just, it was just kind of dumb.
One thing about
he was a cool character, don't get me
Lucas-
wrong. He was a fun character, but the name was just like, okay, I'll give you Cad or Bane, but not the two. You know what I mean?
One thing about
Pick one.
Lucas is he definitely went deep when it come to his creation. He really actually gave a shit about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, up until that point, he sold it off for $4 billion.
Yeah, but you know what he said later about that? He felt like he sold his children into slavery.
Yeah, but he still did it.
Which he's
No,
not
after the
only-
fact, when they start putting movies out, he was not happy with any of them.
Oh no, I would have literally
Oh.
gone into one of those meetings with a thermal detonator and shoved it down Kathleen or up Kathleen.
If the legends are right,
Um,
guys, he was promised that they were going to not only not change the characters, but look at the expanded lore. And they immediately betrayed him.
Well, from what I
But
remember,
it was too late because the check was cashed. So, I mean, what are you going to do?
yeah, from what I remember, what do you call it? Is
put every penny you can into what's his name's political run. The governor. What the fuck's his name?
I don't know.
Oh God, come on.
Randall Calrissian?
No. The guy.
Lando.
Yeah,
Got
Lando.
to
no,
start
the
trying to sell
governor of
some
Florida.
friggin-
The governor of
Lando
Florida.
got to start selling some Schlitz malt liquor. He was on the commercials selling malt liquor.
I can't even remember his freaking name.
Yeah.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No. The governor of Florida.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, DeSantis.
Thank you. Yeah.
No, it's not going to be DeSantis. It's going to be Rubio or Vance.
No. That's what I would have done is I would have
and
funneled all that
Vance.
money into DeSantis's career, so that he could then freaking oust freaking Disney out of Florida and see who just. I would
Well,
just go.
he did take away their special.
Right, I would have given DeSantis more money. Do more. Let
Yeah,
your
he
anger
did that.
flow.
He took away their Reedy Creek bullshit.
Mhm.
He went after them. He let them know that. Because for the longest time, Disney in Florida was its own government.
Yeah, it was
Disney
the United
properties, Reedy
States.
Creek
It was
and
not-
everything. It might as well have been its own state.
It was the equivalent of the Vatican for the United States.
Right. And then they
Except
effed
for
around
pure evil.
and they started getting involved in Florida politics. So then the governor of Florida said, all right, you want to play games? And he took away all of their freaking government benefits,
Their
basically.
special considerations.
All their special whatever. Because when Disney built Walt Disney in Florida, the governors back in the 71, 72, they basically gave him everything on silver platter, like no taxes.
Well, yeah, if you go back,
There's
and that's
that.
another thing that Shauner did that was great. He showed Walt Disney's original plans for the state and all this great shit that they were working on to make Disney in Florida, the state of the future with the monorails and all that crap. And somewhere along the lines, they said, "Yeah, we're just gonna do this instead," which
Yeah.
was literally nothing that was on the agenda. If Disney had lived longer
Well,
and
it was
done
something.
a little
I mean,
more.
They're going to make billions upon billions upon billions of dollars and do everything they can to make sure that the wages in Florida stay as low as humanly possible. But luckily, we've had a couple of governors and senators and whatever in the past that have stepped up and been like, yeah, no, we're not Disney's bitch. Disney's our bitch. And as much as Disney don't like that, that is just the way it is. You know what I mean? Because corporations, at least not currently, maybe one day in Shadowrun or Cyberpunk era, do not beat state governments. State government, I mean, all you got to do as a state government is just send an inspector in. You can completely shut down a corporation for like a year. Just have somebody roll in and be like, yeah, we got to do water tests to check out your water level. Just shut it down, man. It's over. I mean, it sounds like maybe shady, but it is a thing that a government can do. And Disney cannot stop. So they decided to start being a little bit more forthcoming and agreeable to the state of Florida. And it was really what had happened is DeSantis had won, and Disney executives and whatever were like paying money into coffers of people who were running against DeSantis. And so DeSantis is like, oh, you want to be involved in politics, huh? Okay, let's do this. You know, tuck them to the woodshed on that shit. Let them know you don't want that. So now, for the most part, Disney's quiet. Except every now and then when everybody's favorite American sheriff of all time, Grady Judge, arrests like 40 pedophiles, all who work at Disney, and then puts all their faces on TV and tells everybody who their names are and where they worked. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that sheriff is a freaking menace to all the right people.
Yep.
He's the one, Dean, you may have heard of that told people on live TV, if you go to the county where he's the sheriff and you try to break into somebody's house, he 100% suggests the people living there shoot you. Like, so we have a Florida sheriff who literally said, if somebody breaks into your house, shoot them.
Save us the paperwork.
Yeah, save us the paperwork, just shoot them. If they kick your door in, just blow them out of it. And I'll tell you what, it did lower the crime rate in Polk County.
It sounds kind of, over the top, but if you really think about it, why should that not be the case everywhere across the entire planet?
It used to be the case. Then they started prosecuting for excessive force or technicalities, like you shot them once and now they're outside of your property, and now you shot them again. Now you're a murderer.
Yeah, they tried to actually get an Asian dude for gunning a robber down, but he got found innocent, and everybody's mad. But that was a recent. Well,
it's funny
I
because
think in California, I forget where it was, but someone tried to rob this Korean market, and the Korean dude handled it.
We have the technology. We could make firearms that do like almost anything we want with projectiles. Okay, bullets and things like that.
I want a Lawmaster then.
Something that could put people down and not keep going. You know what I mean?
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
I've heard of a lot of guns with that similar kind of name. You have to be more specific.
It's Judge Dredd, the Lawmaster. You remember he had all the different kinds of ammo in it? So because it had the ammo that fed in through the handle, but then it had that magazine in the front. That was all the special ammo. And it's locked to his biology. So if anyone but him puts their finger on that trigger, it explodes. But it has like AP, HE, hot shot, which is like white phosphorus rounds. And the gun literally would listen to the judge. So he could be like, AP.
Yeah, the problem with the identification of guns is they're found is you need some kind of battery to run the system, and then unless it's something you wield in two hands, it's getting heavy very quickly.
Yep. Well, it's standards. The standard ammo of the Lawmaster, or the Lawgiver or whatever, is like a 9mm AP round, and then it has the special rounds in the forward mag. And of course,
like I
it
said,
can be fired full auto, and it does have like a compensator on it. So when you do fire it full auto, you can keep rounds on target, especially if you're a judge, and double, especially if you're Dread, because he is the best judge of all judges of all time, and may not even be human.
Okay, speaking of judges, what do you think of the new movie?
Dread?
No.
Vigilante or the one by Uber Ball?
Oh, not super well done. Based as shit. I talked about this the other day. You weren't here, Shadow. It's basically about the same cinematography as like fucking one of the Charlie Bronson Death Wish 3 movies, maybe 4, somewhere.
You said
made with like tens of dollars of budget.
Yeah. I'm going to remind you.
The good guy, because the guy playing the citizen vigilante is a fucking sociopath in the movie. Mm-hmm. He's absolutely not the good guy. But the shit he does is all 100% facts.
I'm going to remind everybody
that lets criminals loose, he's kidnapping them and taking them out and killing them. And when he kills that family of Muslims, he kills all of them. Mm-hmm. And my own brother the other day, we were talking about it. He's like, but why did he shoot the teenage girl? I was like, listen to when he's talking. She went on social media and said that the German girl deserved what happened because of how she's dressed. Mm-hmm. So he shoots her. He shoots the mom. The mom didn't say anything, but you know why he shoots her? Because she didn't say anything. Her son gang raped a woman, and the mom's sitting there feeding him soup. And he killed the dad when he asked the dad, why do you do this? Well, it's our tradition and our teachings from the Quran. Well, now you're dead. And he asked him point blank. He's like, so you believe European women deserve to be great based on how they're dressed, right? So why did you come here? And the guy plays that, well, there's a civil war in our country. And he's like, yeah, I think the good ones didn't come. I think the bad ones came. And then, he kills them all.
Yeah, I'm going to remind everybody, I called the fact that the sequel's already in the can.
You did, and you're right.
Because I'm watching this movie, and I'm like, this don't make no sense. There's a whole bunch of shit. This talking doesn't make sense unless, there's a sequel, and then it ends just like the way it did. And I'm like, okay, sequel's coming out. But my further prediction is that the sequel is going to come out in less than 6 months.
Dude, that German spent $700,000 to make this movie and has made 100 times the profit.
That was the first day. It made $72 million like the first day or 2 days, 3 days, whatever it was, and it's still
or
going
10 times the profit. I don't know what the profit is, but it's a freaking lot for a movie that costs like nothing compared to like some of these movies Hollywood's putting out, and it to make. I mean, Supergirl. They spent hundreds of millions on that movie. It is a complete flop. No one gives a shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know where. I don't know how they
gunning people down, and it makes 72 million.
I don't know how they tracked down Chaka's family tree and got one of his sisters to play Supergirl, but oh my god,
oh, that's a deep cut right there. I love it. And by the way, they made it home in the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, they made it home, but they also came right back.
Yeah. We're talking, Dean, about Land of the Lost. Chaka was like the Homo habilis that kind of hung out. And then there was that one lizard that was like pale-scaled, and he was actually not a dick.
Yeah. Enoch.
Yeah,
I don't know about Land of the Lost.
They did manage to find their way home, but then they came back.
The actor that plays Chaka looks so much like Supergirl, it's frightening.
You know what's hilarious? The opening song of Land of the Lost tells you 100% what's going to happen in the whole show. It was like, this dude and his family went out camping and decided to do some rafting, and then they fell over. the waterfall. They're in the land of the lost. It's like, cool, you know. And then it's like land of the lost, and it's just these.
The best
Wasn't
thing
it
Sid
like
and Marty
the
Krofft
dad,
ever did.
his son, and like the little daughter, and they're just kind of.
Yeah, there's apparently 2 versions of that movie. Oh, sorry, there was a TV series and then there's a movie. The movie is the one with Will Ferrell.
We don't speak of that.
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing with that, but they did definitely do something.
They I don't either.
Yeah.
Well, here's an even deeper cut. You remember Dogma?
If you're talking about Kevin Smith's movie, yes.
Okay,
One of
so
the
you remember
worst
Marshall,
ones,
Will, and
maybe
Holly?
the worst one.
You remember the Marshall?
Yes.
Marshall, Will, and Holly?
Will and Holly. Yeah.
Like that's a freaking, and mind you, that was back then. That was a long way to go
That's a pretty
for
deep
a
cut,
really
right?
dumb joke. But it was awesome.
Yeah,
And I think it was played. It wasn't the Marshall. I want to say it was Will Ferrell, but I could be wrong.
it
But
was
somebody.
Will Ferrell.
So
Question, Dogma, is that movie with Alan Rickman and Chris Rock?
Yes.
Okay.
It is Kevin Smith's worst movie in the Clerks series. And I say
It's funny
that not
saying that
because
because
of
it's the
any
only one I
particular,
own.
like, whatever. It just wasn't that good of a movie when you compare it to, like, first off, the original Clerks was hilarious, and he made it.
Oh wait, no, I
great.
own Clerks and Clerks 2 and Dogma, but that's it.
Yeah,
or is it
he
Clerks
borrowed
3?
$20,000 in credit cards and shit like that from his mom. Made that movie, and become Kevin Smith, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Mallrats was pretty fucking amazing. It was funny.
I've never seen it. I've never seen
it. Oh my god, it's like Clerks, but if Clerks had a budget. And then Chasing Amy's actually pretty good.
Never saw that one either.
Pretty damn good. And then Dogma's okay, but it's like, I will say this though, the Angels, the guys that got to be the Angels, Matt Damon and what's his name? Come on, help me out here.
The guy, yeah, I know who you're talking about. I can't remember his name because I
starts with a B.
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck.
Thank you.
They actually were pretty
I had to find
good for what they were. For what they were good. You know, because you had the one angel whose whole
One to
job
grow
was
on.
to,
What does that even mean?
People, and then the other angel was to kill them. And so that was their team, right? And then they had what's his name? The guy that used to be like a pro skater is like the demon. Christopher. He was on that show. My name is
Earl.
Earl, yeah, that guy.
Not ringing a bell.
Like he kills this woman, and the first thing he does is walk in the house and turn the AC.
Christopher Lee. No, not Christopher Lee.
Yeah, he turns the AC down, and he's sitting there like having this philosophical, no pleasure, no whatever, no what greater than central air. He's just sitting there fucking sucking the heat up. So yeah, it had. Hey, how you doing, Showback? Anchors away, sir. It had parts that were actually really good, and it could have been really good, but it was let down honestly by the end. The end was stupid. Jason
Lee, thank you, Squirrel.
I've always kind of liked in everything he's been in anyway.
Yeah, it's funny. I never saw My Name is Earl, but for like a month, I was watching. You know how the shorts have little clips or something, and once you start watching one, they start feeding you more. That's how I watched like most of the show Orville through clips, and I realized, I don't want to watch it. But I was watching clips from My Name is Earl, and I'm like, I want to watch this. I want to get this. And then they stopped showing me clips. It's like, oh, he's going to just go buy it.
The Orville was the Star Trek we should have got.
Yeah, but I kind of have this like love-hate with Seth MacFarlane You know,
Oh,
I love a
totally
lot of
get
stuff he
that.
does.
But the Orville was the Star Trek we should have got.
And the two gay aliens that were like had discovered cigarettes. That part really made me laugh my ass off.
That was what was his fucking name? Their race actually had males and females, but they had at some point in the distant past, anytime one of them was born as a female, they turned it into a male because they decided that females were bad.
One of the kids from that Good Burger movie was in it. Was one of the two aliens, and he then went to Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, you're right.
I can't remember his
cigarettes,
name.
yes. Or when one of
he-
them gets addicted to porn, and he's going to porn sites so much that he actually downloads a virus into the Orville's computer. It starts fucking up. And they lay eggs.
Really?
Yeah, those aliens, Mocklins, they lay eggs.
Squirrel said, believe it or not, I used to skateboard with that guy from time to time.
Oh, Jason Lee, I believe it. But the Mocklins in the Orville, they lay eggs. They come from a world that's an industrial nightmare. They piss once a year.
Yeah, I remember that too.
They've erased females from their whole thing because I guess, I don't know why, honestly. They just did.
It was, there were things about it that I found funny, but there were also like little
like I said, you can't let yourself be happy.
Just I was seeing the woke ideology slip its way in, and I'm like,
they did have some stuff like that, but compared to all of the Star Trek shows that were out, that shit was freaking edgy boy.
And Seth, you know, I remember seeing him in a Starfleet uniform in a Star Trek episode for like just a hot second, you know. So I get it, being a Trekkie, you know, but I left Trek
He
a long
pitched
time
the
ago.
Orville to whoever to be a Star Trek series.
Mm-hmm.
They told him to F himself. So then he went to wherever, and it just become the Orville.
Mm-hmm.
But
and I
there
get
were
it.
really awesome scenes in there. Like there's one where the pilot finds an old phone from like our era and falls in love with the person who owned that phone.
I remember that too.
He used the computer to like, you know, extrapolate her.
Mm-hmm.
And then he ends up going back in time, marrying her, having kids. But then the Orville comes and they take him back to the future. And the one last thing is he goes into the holodeck, and she's there in like the bar singing the song from The Last Unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets on stage and he sings it with her, and then that's the end of that. That was very sad.
Yeah.
In other news, that red-haired guy is actually married to the assistant commander, the woman. In real life, they're actually a couple. But
yeah, if I remember correctly about Orwell, is basically the reason season 2 is different from season 1 is they realized it. The producers and so forth realized it didn't have to be full-on comedy. They could actually write a show.
right. And of course, it had an alien played by Norm Macdonald.
I forgot who he is again.
It was the slug that worked in engineering. So every time they needed to send somebody into a really confined space, he was basically like this big amoeboid thing. And he just slid in. But it was Norm, and he was constantly hitting on the doctor, you know, who was this like single black mom. And Norm would be all like, hey, come on, hook up with me, you know? And he'd like talk about, I can be whatever size you want and all this kind of shit.
Oh, yeah. But like, that's not the first time Norm has played an animal. The other time was in...
the pigeon.
Yeah, the pigeon and that boxer detective show.
It was Mike Tyson's
detective.
detective show.
Yeah.
And he plays a suicidal pigeon that turned into a pigeon by a witch who he had slept with and refused to pay when he is done because she was also a prostitute.
Yeah.
And she put a curse on him and turned him into a pigeon. And he's constantly trying to kill himself, but the other people constantly won't let him.
Yeah.
Like there's scenes where they'll walk into the kitchen and like literally the pigeon's sitting in the oven And they'll just walk up, turn it up, open the door, take him out. And
Yeah,
he says the most off-the-wall crazy shit about Mike Tyson's daughter, and Mike Tyson just laughs about it. And it's so crazy that in the show, one of the characters, who's like a fancy lad Victorian age ghost,
who's also gay. Oh,
hated it. And Tyson's just like, oh, he don't mean nothing. And
I'm right there
meanwhile,
with you.
Norm Macdonald
You keep freezing up, James.
is total pervo.
but yeah, I think the scene that stuck most with me from that show is
Blurry.
apparently there's a running gag about Mike Tyson wanting like a custom number plate, and the acronyms he keep putting on implies that he's gay or bi. And he has to like be told each time
There we
that
go.
like, oh, that
We're getting
means
back.
something else.
Well, because of that show, Norm Macdonald and Mike Tyson become friends in real life. Like, which is weird. You got a big goofy fucking Canadian from Quebec, I think, Montreal.
I mean, how could you not want to be friends with Norm Macdonald? Mike Tyson, for that matter, too. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, they're both weirdos in different ways, but you know,
Yeah, Mike Tyson has that quirk where like he acts like a black grandmother around children, which got kind of awkward because he encountered that guy who plays Mini-Me from no, not Mini-Me, it's that Asian step guy who step as in steps,
Right.
who was like stuck as a child, and he thought he was a kid. So he went the cute cheek between on him, and yeah, got awkward.
Well, Tyson's a weird dude. He owned a tiger.
He what?
He owned a tiger.
Ah, yeah.
well, I
He
mean,
owned a
with that
tiger.
kind of money, like nothing's off, you know, off limits. You
Well,
know,
I was
so-
also going to say, think of all the comedies Tyson's in. That dude is in a shit ton of comedies. He was in like the one where those idiots get lost in
Steven.
Las Vegas or some shit. He's in a Eminem video punching Eminem in the jaw and then apologizing about it. Like, and then he had the whole comedy series of him hanging out with a drug addicted penguin or pigeon.
Gentlemen, I have to make my leave. I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Enjoy your evening. I'm gonna go
Have a
play
great
some
one.
D&D.
Go play your
Take care,
D&D.
guys.
And I looked up. It was apparently Hasbulla. Yeah, Hasbulla. Mike Tyson thought was a kid,
Ah,
and did his grandmother routine on.
yeah. If you're Holyfield, I think it was, you do want to watch your ears around Mike because he will take a bite out of that shit.
Yeah, he is the
But
type
he
who
got to
says
eat somebody's children one time. They were like doing the boxing thing, and Mike Tyson's just like, "I eat your children." It's like,
"Oh yeah,
what? Mike, calm the fuck down.
yeah."
That
That's
thing Double D shows where dude's like, "Have a nice flight, Mike." And Mike Tyson's just like, "Fuck you." Like, why? You know, it's like, well, just why? Why is that your response? Fuck you, man.
Yeah, Mike Tyson is definitely not the type to say, "Lend me your ears."
Yeah, lend me your ears. No, he's not giving them back. So yeah, you don't want to lend Mike Tyson an ear. You will not get it back. He's keeping that. And threatening to eat your children for some reason. Because Mike. That's the answer to the question. Why? Because it's Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson just do what Mike Tyson's do. And you know,
Yeah.
but so what you been playing lately? Anything good?
Well, I'm running my Friday Pathfinder game, which is going well.
Nice.
If we exclude the fact that it was a little hot to nap last Friday, and I won it like at 1 a.m. to like 4 a.m. So
Oh,
yeah, I could only like run half of this session.
I thought you were getting ready to say excluding the fact that it's Pathfinder. But okay.
Oh, I'm not gonna what do you call it? Defend the system every time.
The heat is a real deal thing, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a funny story, but maybe not. America warned the FIFA guys. You know that, right?
I know
United
they warned them
States.
a lot of things.
Well, the United States told them that they would need to take breaks so that the players could hydrate.
Oh yeah.
And the Europeans, being Europeans, of course, were like, "Oh, the Americans are just, full shit." And then they got over here and started doing their practices and started passing the fuck out.
Yeah.
And of
I
course,
can
as
see
Americans, we're like, "We told you bastards, it gets hot here." Like the world
first
needs to
edition.
understand that America is basically like Australia.
Yeah.
It's like the temperature and the weather will kill you, and we literally have dozens of animals that want you dead.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, around 70% of the U.S. would have been uninhabitable if it wasn't in the summer, if it weren't for modern conveniences.
The only reason, my man, that Florida has the population it has is air conditioning.
Yeah.
Prior to the invention of air conditioning, Florida was barely a populated place.
Yeah, Florida and Viagra is probably the thing holding Florida. No, not AC and Viagra is probably the thing holding Florida up. There we go.
Oh yeah, that's a fact, man. Before central air, who would want to live here? It's a nightmare. Storms every day in the wet season, which is 6 months out of the year. It's full of every animal that wants you dead. We have a tree that wants you dead. And on top of that, an average temperature of 97 degrees for more than half the year. Yeah, nobody needs that shit. And like I said, when I came down here at first, because my mom moved down here when I was very young, when my dad and my mom split up, she moved down here with her parents. And I came down to visit her, and I was just like, what the fuck is this? Because I grew up on a mountain in Kentucky, and I knew it got hot during the day, but it always got cold at night.
Yeah.
So at least you could sleep, right?
Oh yeah, that's a thing that's also been bothering people more south than here is they've been to Africa and it's like, oh yeah, it's hot during the day there, but at least it's cold in the night. Here it's been hot all the time this summer.
I remember, dude, waking up and my sheets being wet, and the whole idea of the cooler side of the pillow. Yeah, I get that shit. Just waking up at random and flipping the pillow because the other side's cooler than the side you're on. Sleeping with like the thinnest sheet you can imagine with like a fan blowing right on you. It's like, yeah, it's nightmarish. Now, I'm sitting in a house right now and the temperature's at like, I don't know, 72 or 74, and it's, super comfortable and everything's awesome. But as a kid, I was like, nah, we need to go back to Kentucky, man. I'm telling you.
Understandable.
And that's where now my stepdad and my mom, they're back up there, and they love it because, like I said, it never gets as hot up there really as it does down here. And then as soon as the sun sets, the temperature just drops. And it's like, so you just close up the shades and go to sleep. And it's so nice sleeping when it's just cold out.
Oh yeah,
it's like the best sleeping weather ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like 50 degrees, 40 degrees, and you just cuddle all up and be like. But yeah,
yes.
So you're 100% right, Dean. If it were not for modern technology, this state would damn near be uninhabitable. It would go back to how it was back in the cowboy days, where you had a few like ranchers that were just hardcore and owned everything and just did orange trees and cattle ranching. You wouldn't have 1 million people living in Metro Orlando area. It'd be like, no way. Can you imagine the people that come down from New York and Michigan and shit like that live in Florida? If there were no AC, they'd come down here and just die.
I can't imagine it now because I already hear them complain about, oh, we get snowstorms and we are snowed in. So no, I can't imagine them going them down where it's warmer.
Shellback wanted to know which version of
Oh, I answered it earlier. It's Pathfinder First Edition.
Best edition.
Yeah. I will say 2 has some nice things going for it, and it's great. Like, imagine what do you call it? 3rd edition, but it's still an RPG.
And
that's how tight the game is.
Talking about sweat bees, not sweet bees. There's a kind of bee down here, Dean, that is literally attracted to sweat.
Oh dear, that's a horror story.
So if you're out and you're sweating, well, here's the thing. It don't want to sting you. It wants to drink your sweat. But if you're an idiot and you feel something crawling on you and go to slap that bitch, guess what? You're going to light your ass up, right? And then another thing Florida has, one of my favorite things, I've captured them and messed with them, calcular ants. Some people call them velvet ants. They're not ants. They look like ants, but they're actually wasps without wings for some reason. Like some band of wasps decided, you know what would be cool? Let's just walk around. Got rid of the wings. They get about up to 1 inch long. Yes. And if you hold them down with like a long stick, far away, because their stinger will reach about 1/2 inch or 1 inch, they scream. You hold them down and they'll just squill and carry on, right? And they're really pretty. They're like a fox red velvet furry with like a stripe on them. And according to legend, yeah, they can kill cow. I don't know about that, but I've heard they're one of the most painful things you can get whacked by down here, you know. Yeah. And yeah, they're not really an ant. They're a wasp. So they'll sting you, like they'll get you and they'll just be like bam, 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 bam.
Yeah. So my Sunday game takes place in a Florida-like place, or rather Barbados.
Barbados, yeah.
Any other creatures you can recommend me, other than the screaming wasp ant?
Well, the wasp ants, they just kind of wander around minding their business unless you step on one or F with one, and then it'll get you. And sweat bees, again, if you look and you see it's a sweat bee and it's just wanting to drink your sweat, let it. It just wants the salt and the moisture. Yeah. We have a tree that if you burn it and inhale the smoke, it's like mustard gas. That same tree has resin on the leaves, so if you hide down there in a rainstorm and the water running off the leaves hits your bare skin, it'll blister you up. We have fire ants. They live in colonies of millions. They could stretch literally who knows how long, and they are hyper aggressive.
Yeah, I hate fire ants, and regular ants, but mostly fire ants.
Yeah, see, the difference between most ants, like sugar ants and black ants, is they're just doing their thing. Fire ants actively come after your ass. They are just the worst.
With them, you have to anticipate their aggression.
Right, which means you poison the shit out of them. When you go out in the yard and you see a mound, you put a bunch of ant poison on that bitch and let them die, because it's terrible. But like creatures in Florida, we have like almost all the crocodilians now. So it's like Pokemon. We are catching them all. We've got green anacondas, boa constrictors, herpes monkeys. Yeah, think about that for a critter. A monkey that if you let it bite you, you got to make a save versus death, because the brand of herpes that it has causes spinal meningitis or encephalitis. So it literally causes herpes on your brainstem. And you will die from that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've seen the guys that dump the molten aluminum down the ant nest and then dig it up. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the thing about ants here in Denmark is they're not hostile, but man, they expand quickly.
We have ants in Kentucky, like those big. They're red with a black tail, and they just live out in the woods. And I don't even know what the hell they do, but they don't mess with anything. So it's like whatever, you know.
Yeah.
They live in rotten stumps and shit. We have Man-O-War. Have you ever chucked a Man-O-War at your player character group?
I don't know what I know what the ship is. I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay, I am referring to a kind of a like jellyfish, right? But think of it as a big bag of air dragging behind it up to 100 feet of incredibly painful stinging tentacles. And imagine parts of the year where the entire beach is nothing but these effing things. Like they wash up in the thousands and they're just there. And the only thing that makes their sting feel better is piss. Well, actually ammonia.
Yeah.
But in a bad break, it's not a lie. Friends did this, but I learned this in freaking paramedic school. If somebody gets hit with Man-O-War and they're really, really in super extreme pain, which they will be, you can relieve the pain by peeing on it.
Yeah. I don't think Man-O-War would be a problemized setting because I imagine the Leviathan spawns would have eaten them all.
Well, here's the thing. In at least one version of D&D, they had giant Man-O-War. Now imagine that. The big Man-O-War's like 10 feet, dragging tendrils all over the place that literally will... Yeah, we got some big-ass bugs up there, but, you know, they don't bother you, though. I mean, okay. Wood hornets will absolutely bother you if you go where they are. And yellow jackets are nightmare fuel. But, again, they only live in very specific areas. So if you run into yellow jackets, it's probably because you're down at the bottom of a holler trying to dig up American ginseng, which is a thing, and it grows in Kentucky. And it's worth a lot of money. But the problem is that's the exact same environment that yellow jackets like to build their nests, right? And they build their nests underground.
Yeah.
Which means if you're trotting around through the woods, through the thick leaves, you can literally step and fall up to your knee in a yellow jacket nest. And they will immediately, if you haven't got your pants secured, start climbing up the inside of your pants, stinging all the way. And they'll chase you 100 yards, the bastards. They do not give up. And yeah. I imagine there's probably been people killed by them.
Yeah. Also, I had like the worst idea right now that I'm not going to include in my game, but...
Yeah, we got the now crocodile down here. We call it the mugger. Yeah, it's here. And there are legend, rumor, whatever, that possibly the salty is down here too. Because, I mean, why not? Why not? You have the American crocodile, which only exists in Florida. So let's just throw the other ones in too. Be like F it, right?
Yeah, I will admit that I can never remember the difference between a crocodile and an alligator.
For whatever reason, alligators and the crocodiles coexist. But it's like I said the other day, I don't know if you were watching. People say the alligator's not dangerous. They're wrong. The size determines the danger.
Yeah.
3-foot alligator doesn't see you as food because it knows you're big. 12, 14-foot alligator, you are on the menu now. Because they're not smart enough to be afraid. They're only smart enough to know if they want to eat you or not.
Yeah, that is the thing about those animals. Is that's why you can see them being chill around some animals, is because that's the moment where they're not hungry.
Right. If an alligator isn't hungry, it's basically a big log. And they only eat about once a week anyway. So you're basically looking at a big, lazy reptilian log that's just kind of hanging out, right? But then when he's hungry, it's getting something, man. Don't worry about it. Something's getting ate.
So,
yellow jackets love sugar and soda cans. They love that
yeah,
sugar.
if an alligator was also addicted to what do you call it, caffeine and coffee, caffeine and nicotine, it would basically be a trucker, because they also like only eat like once a week.
Well, it'd be like a meth head, right? And there are signs here in Florida begging the population to stop feeding LSD to the alligators. That's for real. That's a real thing.
Can
Like
they
a 2
even?
or 3 foot alligator, I would be confident myself jumping on and grabbing. I mean, you can hold their mouth shut like that because all the muscles in their jaws are made to shut the mouth, but not to open it.
Yeah.
So like this, a 3 foot alligator, that's basically like jumping on an iguana. That's not a problem. But when you're out fishing in the canoe and you see a 13 or 14 foot alligator kind of drifting under you, that's when the old rectal area clenches up because you don't know what he's going to do. It don't know what it's going to do. Ain't made its mind up yet. Will it eat you or not? Don't know. And it's bigger than the canoe you're setting in. Yeah, that's when you're like, oh shit. All right. They had one alligator, I think it was in Louisiana, that they think might have ate around 20 or 30 people before they finally put it down. And then here in Florida, people lose dogs. It's like every week. Some idiot who don't know the rules because they're on vacation in Florida lets the dog run down by the pond. Alligators absolutely love dogs. It's one of their favorite things to eat. And a 3 foot alligator will snatch your little Pomeranian quicker than shit.
Oh yeah.
And that'll just be the end of that shit right there, you know. And we have even other shit in the water, like water moccasins. We got poisons. Every poison snake you can think of is here. And yeah, you know.
And Bao, that's how your players get trust issues if you start introducing something like that, like hornets that just climb into potions and yeah.
I have a miniature Reaper put out, and it's like a giant walking hornet. Like it's this tall, the miniature.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost as if a velvet ant or a cow killer ant was walking on its hind legs. Boy, when I throw that on my group, they're going to shit themselves.
Yeah, I think what I terrify my players the most about is imagine a Hydra, but it's a goose.
Oh, the goose, but with all the heads?
Yeah.
And
yes, it was Hydra-sized, yes.
Yes.
Well, not the Hydra, but you know, like the monster Hydra.
Right. My family owned geese growing up, and I can tell you right now, if they like you, they're cool as shit. And if they don't like you, they will snatch your ass up. And geese, when they bite you, they have this interesting thing to where they bite and twist and pull.
Yeah.
So they make it extra painful.
Yeah, geese, they're assholes. Like you can easily defeat them if you know they're coming. But yeah, like you said, they have a vicious bite.
They have a vicious bite, and they will 100%. They do not respect weakness. How you make a goose good is when it runs at you, blowing up like it wants to fight. Smack the shit out of it.
Yeah, smack it
right in the head. Pow!
Yeah, smack it in
and
the
he'll
head.
back up and be like, all right, we're cool.
I'll grab it by its throat and throw it away.
Mm.
Well, yeah, okay, its throat is pretty long, but yeah.
Well, they call them cobra chickens. But yeah, you smack the shit out of that goose and it'll back up and be like, all right, buddy, we're okay. Me and you, we're pals. But if you turn and run, that thing will run you down and just light you up because you showed fear. You cannot show goose fear. Ever. Ever, ever. Because they detect that shit. And they are amazing creatures. They don't have teeth, but it looks like they do. When they open their mouth full up, you see those ridges in there.
Yeah.
So they're kind of like teeth, but they're not really teeth as we have. But yeah, they'll get your small vicious dog. So if you're a rat catcher in Florida, keep your small vicious dog away from ponds and lakes and canals. That's a Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay reference Steven is coming up with there. Hornets, though, attracted to potions? God.
Yeah, like I said earlier, that's how you get your players to have trust issues.
See, that would extra suck in, like, Hyperborea, because every spellcaster in Hyperborea is an alchemist. And at higher levels can actually make potions. So every spellcaster in Hyperborea has got to watch out for these hornets that just show up and start lighting them up for no reason. Be like, speaking of potions, the witch in my gaming group, because witch is a class, I
Yep.
wasn't referring to like one of the ladies. Well, kind of. She decided to go ahead and make herself a broom that she can fly around on now, because of course she can do that at her level, and 3 filters of love. Now, you want to hear something awesome, Dean? You know what filter of love does if you can get someone to drink it?
Depends on which edition of the game is, but go ahead.
Well, Hyperborea. It makes you madly in love with the creator for a number of years equal to their level. Years. Yeah. Level 7 witch feeds you that filter of love. 7 years she owns your ass. And then on top of that, something she did is she can do a dance of entrancement. Takes a turn to do. Everyone watching gets a penalty if she uses fire in the act, and it will immediately charm up to a number of people up to her level, regardless of their level.
Yeah.
And then one of those people, she can put a suggestion in their mind, and they'll do it unless it's suicidal.
Is her name Shakira?
May as well be. I showed you the picture, right, of the witch.
I haven't
It's like
seen
a
it
hot
now.
chick, but her shadow's like not a hot chick. See, luckily for you, Dean, I keep my books right next to me now, so that when I'm talking about
Yes, Bao. James
the greatest
runs
fantasy role-playing game of
Hyperborea.
all time, I can easily just bust it out and show people, right? Yes, this is Hyperborea. The witch is a mage subclass that pretty much is an asshole. I would say that's their main claim to fame. They're assholes, right? This is the art for the witch.
Ah,
See that shadow looking like a cackling.
yeah.
There you go, Shellback. You've got the hot young chick brewing the potion, but look at that shadow.
Yeah, imagine Raven if she was 50 years younger.
And then, so abilities that witches get, they can use blowguns, daggers, darts, quarterstaffs, slings, and whips. They're a slow leveling class. That's one of the things, because different classes level different. But
Which is actually a mechanic
alchemy.
I really like and I miss in other games.
Yeah, if you're a really powerful class, you just slow level. You use slow level. I like that. They have alchemy. They can brew concoctions. And the number of concoctions they can brew is X amount per month, depending on the level. And the filter, it causes unremitting love for the brewer and the brewer alone for 1 year per caster ability level. And their caster ability goes up every time they level. So an 8th level witch has a casting ability of 8. Hey, what's up, Big J? So that's 8 years. But they can create other shit too, like poisons that'll just kill you, potions that make you fall asleep for like 3 turns per caster level, paralytic poisons, poisons that make you blind, poisons that make you sick, poisons that cause hallucinations. And depending on the level of the caster, it determines like what level the ingestible poison is between 1, 2, 3, which that affects how quick you die.
Are there also potions of fertility and virility?
I think that's what the filter of unremitting love is.
Ah.
Because, right? They don't have to be evil, though. They can be chaotic good, neutral, or chaotic evil.
Yeah.
Then they get a familiar, which is cool, right? They got their sorcery, obviously. They can read magic, use scrolls, write scrolls, gain new weapon skills. So at 4th level, they can pick any weapon on the weapon list, and they are proficient with that weapon.
Do they gain immortality later?
They might be able to, but not through their own ability. They got the Dance of Beguilement. Effigy at 5th level, they can create a voodoo doll and then F you with it. They have to create it of a specific person, but then they can just go to town. Like things they can do is control the victim's bodily movements, stab the effigy, wounding the victim for 3 die hit points, pinprick it for 1 die 2 damage for as many times as the witch has levels of experience. And then at 12th level, they can strangle the effigy and the victim must make a death save or die. So they can kill you at distance. Animate broom at 7th level. She can take a normal broom and after a 24-hour ritual involving binding a demonic entity, the broom becomes an intelligent item that can be commanded by the witch. But if anyone but the witch attempts to ride it, the broom will take you up in the air and then dump you. So you'll probably die. 80 feet movement, bearing 1 person, can carry 2 people.
Yeah.
And she can maintain only 1 broom, and she'll take damage if it is destroyed. But the broom is an armor class 3 hit die 7 creature, which she can use thrice per day. For
Will
a
Quick
maximum
Games,
period of 6 turns, 1 hour.
Stephen Kennedy want you to show us the picture of the white.
You know, white power and all that, right?
Yeah.
That was actually a Zach Sabbath book, but still. Well, I could show you the picture of The Thing. You know the movie The Thing?
Yes, it's one of my favorite movies.
Well, Jeff Talanian decided, why not add that to a fucking role-playing game? I kid you not. That's what that is. He even admitted it. That is, they call it the tentacular horror. It's a thing. Yeah. It can become anything or anyone and just do horrible shit. Tree men, like ants in this game, they're not your buddy. You know what I mean? If you're running around like through the forest and you run into a tree man, it can go bad really quick. Vermis, I like the Vermis. Beastmen, basically. Wells, there we go. The white. You know?
Okay, I don't get why he wants us to see it.
Because it's creepy.
That I agree with. It was just I had just expected a lot more.
Oh man, no, there's great art in here. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, that one's just a creepy one. Like
Also, I know never to
you got the giant Wolverine. I mean, who doesn't want to fight a giant Wolverine dropping out of a tree right onto your ass?
What actually is a Wolverine?
Yeah. What is the Wolverine?
Yeah, I only heard the name. I actually never seen one.
Do you know what a weasel is?
Yes.
Picture a weasel, but he's about 45 pounds and hates your ass.
Ah.
They live in Alaska and places like that.
Okay, are they from Canada?
I'm sure there's probably Wolverines all over Canada. I mean, I know they're in Alaska. If they're in Alaska, they're probably in Canada too.
Yeah.
How about an intestine zombie? It's a zombie that's intestines are actually animate and they try to strangle you to death with them.
Oh, intestines. Okay, I thought you said Texan zombie.
And then we've got our Zuvimbi. The Zuvimbi. Yeah, that's an undead bitch that makes you fall in love with her. Things don't go good after that, though. They like to walk naked in the moonlight, staring at the stars through their cadaverous eyes and pondering inhuman thoughts. Yeah. Yeah. They're immune to about everything. Here is a monster that will absolutely kill your characters if you mess around with it. Right there. The old woolly mammoth. 16 hit die. 2 attacks per round. 4 die damage. Yeah. So note to self, do not get into a fight with a bunch of mammoths. They will stomp you into bloody snow. And because Hyperborea is basically like the Paleolithic or Neolithic era of the Ice Age, most of it, not all of it, but a lot of it, Yeah, woolly mammoths, woolly rhinos, saber-toothed cats, all of those mega, uh, what do they call it, fauna that used to live in America and Europe way back in the day, they live in Hyperborea. And they will come and get you, for sure. I mean, just... And troglodytes, deep one, of course, from Lovecraft.
Yeah.
You gotta have your deep ones.
So, James, I will have to head out. It's 6 minutes until it's 1 a.m., so I should probably...
Okay. Well,
Right
here's
now.
the last picture I will show you then.
Are those pigs?
Kind of. That's called a swinish shade. And basically, if a bunch of orcs and stuff like that die in an area or something, it can become haunted by a swinish shade. And the thing, I think, Dean, I'm going to let you go real quick.
Yeah.
To quote Kanye, I'll give you the mic back, but orcs in this game are the offspring of devil swine, which are a kind of demon that can turn into a pig.
Yeah.
Or a fat human, right? They used to be in like old school D&D, and then for some reason they got dropped off, right?
Yeah, and then they had one appearance in 5e in that monolith in that adventure. I forgot what's called.
Right. Well, when they use their charm spell and they charm a bunch of Pictish women and decide to have a bunch of children, that's an orc. And that's why orcs in Hyperborea have pig faces.
Okay.
Because they're literally half demon, half picked assholes.
A camel hopper.
Yeah. The leaper camel, which is straight up a fucking tauntaun.
Yeah, Bonta.
And they even live in the tundra and behave like tauntauns. And people who live in the deep tundra, that's one of the main things they use to get around.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll let you go. And to the rest of you out there, yes.
Have a good night, everyone.
You have a wonderful evening, Dean. Salute to you, sir.
Thank you.
Hail Caesar, Emperor of Rome, SPQR and all that. Yeah, I mean, and that's before you start dealing with, like, crabmen, who are actually very technologically advanced, like starships and shit. And 8 types of vampires and giant freaking wendigos that, want to freeze and eat you because, I don't know, seems like a good idea to them at that minute. You know what I'm saying? And this guy, which I'm painting a bunch of others of this guy. The old serpent man of Ix. The Ixian plateau is full of these. Yeah, it's like a 4 hit die creature that gets 5 attacks per round and is pretty evil. So, depending on the group, they might be able to negotiate maybe a little bit with one of these assholes, but maybe not, And they do like to eat humans. That is kind of a thing with the scorpion folk, is they are fond of human meat. So yeah, and so they get pincher, sword, poison, sting, and then some of them have levels in like shaman or necromancer or whatever. So you might actually run into one that's like an actual leveled spellcaster. Yeah, it's coming along, man. They're coming along. This one I need to put the flesh on, so because I was painting them in like whatevers. The color I used for the carapace is oily black, and that's a let's see. Greasy black is a Vallejo Express color, so it's like a contrast paint, but Vallejo. And the greasy black is actually like this weird kind of really dark black, brown, green kind of nasty color, right? And then for the flesh, I use champion flesh or Reichland flesh, Doesn't really matter. They just got to kind of, have a flesh color. So yeah, they are definitely something. Huge fan of them. Huge fan. And I'm pretty sure like D&D had scorpion people, so it's not like it's a new thing. It's not like a whatever, but the idea of having the world that the adventurers live on, and there being like a whole plateau that's dominated by these assholes. That's a thing. Like, I get the feeling that there are some people who get tired of hearing me go on and on about Hyperborea, right? But I'm telling you, not only is it that the rules are awesome, it's the setting. The setting is just out there, man. It is, and people who know Hyperborea, Steven has already backed me up on this one. Hyperborea is not a gonzo setting. There's nothing gonzo about Hyperborea. Whatever people think gonzo is, get that right out of your mind when you're thinking Hyperborea, because it's not that. Everything in Hyperborea is pretty much deadly serious. It's not a joke. There's a reason for everything. Like, why is there technology in Hyperborea? Because millions of years ago, the Atlanteans were an extremely advanced race. And when Atlantis sank on our Earth and ended up on Hyperborea, some of those artifacts went with them. However, the Atlanteans no longer remember how to build them, or even what most of them are. And then you've got some interstellar, at least, interplanetary beings that live on Hyperborea. Crabmen are one, but you've also got Migo, like of, H.P. Lovecraft fame. So you have Migo, and these guys literally travel from Hyperborea to Yuggoth, which is probably Pluto, and then from Pluto to wherever the hell else they go, right? All of the Cthulhu deities exist, but so do all the deities from the Dreamlands of H.P. Lovecraft, R.E. Howard, and Clark Ashton Smith. So those of you who know about the Dreamlands know that means the Greek gods, the Celtic gods, all of those ancient deities, they all actually exist. And then on top of them, you have the great old ones. Yeah, they have litters of 6, and they're combat effective about the age of 10. So every female, which can be an orc or a human that gets pregnated by an orc, is going to have around 6 little orclings, and within 10 years, they're ready to throw the armor on and take their spot in the line. Orcs in Hyperborea are not a joke, which is why I did a kind of a thing on orcs, but I also talked about the evil DMs thing on orcs. The orc is your other. See, that's funny. That's funny. Well, Migo exists, and you don't want to mess with them too hard if you can help it, because a lot of them carry these weapons that if they hit you, you make a save. If you fail to save, it just disintegrates you. If you make the save, you take like 3d8 damage. So, yeah, they're not a joke. They're not a joke. But, so let's say a typical orc village, 100 orcs, maybe 40 females. If they stay pregnant, as they probably will, then that's 40 times 6. That's 240 litters born per year. 240 orcs in litters, born every single year. And by year 10, that's 240 orc warriors. Less seeing 40% of them may be females, which, again, by the age of 10, are ready to reproduce. So they just keep going and going and going. And while they may not be as artistically inclined as humans when it comes to making weapons and armor, their weapons and armor are perfectly serviceable. So, yeah, when you encounter these guys, they're organized, they have hierarchies, they make perfectly serviceable equipment, they are going to outpopulate you, And they are like the Reavers from the original Firefly. They literally will rape, murder, and make clothes out of your skin, and heaven help you if you know what order that's going to happen. But that's what they do. Now, some of them are allied with certain clans and tribes of Picts, mainly because they all worship the same deities and stuff like that. But yeah, so the idea of the World of Warcraft, big green-skinned Klingon, honorable orc roaming around, nah, that's not Hyperborea, baby. Orcs in Hyperborea are literal half demonic monsters. They want you dead. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, their pikes might not be as beautifully made as pikes that the humans use, but does that matter when there's 1,000 of them shoulder to shoulder with them? Not really. That crude iron head will kill you. You will die. Oh, and another thing I love about Hyperborea, since we're talking about that, if you get 3 or more fighters, I believe, but it could just be 3 or more people proficient in shield use, equipped with large shields, and they decide to form a shield wall, everyone in the shield wall gets like +4 to their armor class. So figure orcs know that too. So the next time your party encounters, say, 10, 15, 20 orcs, don't be afraid to let a bunch of those orcs form a shield wall and have some orcs in the back lobbing, bow fire. And then when the players run up on the orc and they're like, well, orcs are easy to kill, right? They've got what, an armor class 5 or 6. I got +8 to hit, right? And then they roll, and all of a sudden they realize that these orcs are in their shield formation. Their armor class is actually 2, maybe even 0, depending. Plus circular. Hyperborea uses descending armor class, but pluses, it's like AD&D. Some people have a hard time with it, but it's not a big deal. Like a set of plate mail by itself is going to give you an armor class, I believe, of like 3. If you have a large shield, that's going to be another 2 off, so now your armor class is 1. If any of it's magic, now your armor class is 0 or -1, right? And that all comes into effect with the character's fighting ability, which is the primary thing you add to dice when you're trying to determine if you hit. Now, a rule that other games don't use, but they should, is your heavy armor, like plate mail and shit like that. It gives you a movement speed of 20. So that sucks, you're slow. But it automatically absorbs 1 or 2 hit points of damage, depending on the armor, from every attack. So yeah, if you're wearing a set of plate mail armor and people are shooting at you, you're soaking up. Not only are you harder to hit, but you're just soaking damage because of your armor, which is pretty good. You heard circular. Oh, well, because probably my accent, I'm a hillbilly. I believe it's +4 to everyone in the shield wall. And then if there's a shield wall in front of you, it's not like you're going to be able to charge to hit those orcs, right? That are in the back with crossbows or whatever. You're just going to have to try to deal with that shit. And it's not going to be an easy thing. Now, figure that your average encounter with orcs is like maybe 1 die 6, 1 die 8, right? But if they're running in tribes, there can be 100 of them. And now, like I said, estimating maybe 60 of them are warriors. Take away the centurions, the leaders, and all that, and just talk about your basic orcs, maybe 40 of them, right? And they're on shield wall, forming shield walls with archers in the back or pikemen, because a spear or a pike in this game has reach. So you can have your shield wall of orcs, and on top of that, if these orcs decide to fight in a conservative way, they call it conservative combat, they get -2 to hit, but they get +2 to their defense. So now, theoretically, You've got orcs in the front line, holding the line, fighting very defensively, and showing you an armor class if you're trying to fight with them of whatever their normal armor class is. I'm looking up shield wall real quick. +6. So now those orcs we talked about that might have an armor class, say they're wearing chainmail, so they got an armor class of 5. Now their armor class is -1. Right? And also say that behind that front rank there might be some pikemen. And they're going to stab you when you run up on those orcs. Guaranteed. They're going to do their best, right? And then behind those pikemen might be a bunch of orcs with crossbows. Why would I say crossbows? Mainly because in our real world, Picts, the original Scots, before the Irish showed up and wiped them out, were renowned for using crossbows. They were one of the very few ancient cultures that we know for a fact used crossbows. Since orcs are basically half Pict and half demon, crossbow is just like the standard. Yeah, that's probably what they got, right? Whether it's light or heavy crossbows, that's just probably what you're dealing with. So as your force is standing off from this group of orcs, which could be any number between 10 and 100, fighting in this way, you've taken some one-hit die creatures, not counting the fact that there will be at least a couple champions and leaders and whatever in that group probably, and you've turned them into monsters. These things are all of a sudden giving your level 5, level 6 fighters issues, right? You know, because if you start at range, well, the first thing that's going to happen is you're charging at them. They're setting the spear to receive the charge, and the crossbowmen are unloading on you. And then you charge up on them, and the guy who set his spear, if he hits you, he does extra damage. And the guy you're trying to attack has an insane armor class bonus. And the crossbowmen are reloading to pick off anybody that's not actually engaged in combat, which means your archers, your wizards, all that shit, they're trying to hang back and do some shit. They're catching, flights of crossbow bolts every other round if it's heavy crossbows. And getting whacked for 1d6 plus 2 damage from a heavy crossbow is no joke when you're a die 4 hit die class. Even at level 5, the max hit points you have is 20. And then say you've got 4 orcs with heavy crossbows unloading every other round at you, you'd be dead quick. So what could you do? I mean, you could do what they did in history. You could have like a great sword or a great axe with reach and run in there and try to go after the pikemen. If you have axe proficiency, you could try to split their shields. That is a thing that someone with a great axe with axe proficiency can do. They can try to split a shield right in half. So, I mean, yes, the player's got options too. I'm just saying, though, people tend to run orcs as this to quote Drill Sergeant Emery, a bunch of grab-ass-stick shit, right? But what if those orcs are actually listening to their leaders? Kind of like old school D&D. Mages are die 4. Thieves are, I believe, die 6. Clerics are die 8. Most fighters are die 10, but there are a few fighters that are die 12. And there's at least one fighter that's die 8. So, yeah. Yeah, Squirrel Hermit, you're not wrong. But you know what the problem is? The orcs could have that too. This is the thing I'm trying to really push across with Hyperborean orcs. They're half demons. Their demonic masters that they serve, the actual devil swine, are god-awfully intelligent, super smart. So anything you can think of that your humans might have for a battle, these orcs could too. And the big thing is the fact that they're going to out-reproduce you anyway. So, I don't know. Do what my group did. Have the witch chuck a frickin' exploding skull at them. That was pretty good. Ground target or exploding skull, and it blows up for 7 dice 6 damage in an area of effect, that's kind of what you want to do. But I was just pointing out, if you're you got the kind of group that just wants to run up and fight shit straight up day in and day out, they think orcs are really easy. You can remind them that orcs are not easy. That orcs can be absolute bastards, you know? And then if you want to get really classy with your orcs, have them prepare for the battle by sticking their bolts in the ground. It increases their rate of fire with ranged weapons. What are you doing, my love?
It's thundering.
Yeah, I told you it was going to rain later.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get him out to do with business before it doesn't.
Yeah, that's great planning. That's why I keep you around. She's taking our pupper out so he can do some potty action before the storm hits, because we're in the wet season of Florida, as I've said, and that means every single day, without pause, every single day we get a thunderstorm every day, and it will drop 3 to 6 inches of water on us, and the thunder will just be nuts. And we also rule the world in lightning strikes. Yeah, more lightning strikes random shit here than anywhere on the planet. And we lead the world in shark attacks, but not necessarily fatal shark attacks. But if you want to get bit, Daytona and Cocoa Beach is the place to go. Go wait around in there. Your chances of getting actually nipped by a shark go up substantially. There are no orcs in Hyperborea. Or orcs, goblins, and I kind of dig that. Because, I mean, ultimately, what is the point? It's kind of the opposite. In my homebrew game, the Kaliningrad campaign, as I call it, right? There were no orcs. There were only goblins of the villages, far enough away, Shellback, that I don't have an STD. Orlando. So, I don't know, like an hour or so. Yeah, the villages leading the world in STDs. That's actually a true story. That is not a lie. Them old people at the villages, I don't know what they're doing, but they are doing it. They are doing it, definitely. So, yeah. But then again, I guess when you're 70 and you're like, F it, I don't really got a lot to live for anyway. It's like, why not? I mean, it's not like you're going to be afraid of AIDS, because you're probably going to die of old age before AIDS is going to get you. So, at that point, it's just like, But rumors and legends say that the Villages is basically a gigantic swinger club. Oh, you're in Japan? Awesome, nice. Japan is one of the few places I would consider leaving America to visit, not to live, but to visit. And my plan is, if the wife and I ever go to Japan, to be as quiet and polite and non-offensive as humanly possible. Right? Because I don't want them thinking we're just another couple of, ignorant freaking Americans wandering around being assholes. I'd want them to be like, those Americans are actually pretty awesome, that bunch. Yeah, that's what I'm shooting for if I ever go to Japan. I want to be a good tourist. But my number one spot, now that I don't think I can go to Russia, is Greece. I would love to visit Greece. The wife and I, we have discussed it many times. Probably the Caprici Islands or whatever, somewhere like that. That one place where all the houses are painted white and blue. Yeah, stay away from the villages and the monkeys in Florida. Yeah, it does kind of sound like Hyperborea, doesn't it? Yeah, the villages, I think, is like 55 plus. And let me tell you, them 55 plusers, boy, they are just getting down. And I know somebody who used to work in a pharmacy, and they used to call, every Friday was nicknamed Viagra Friday, And if you didn't have the Viagra delivered by Friday, you were going to get like a shit ton of incredibly angry phone calls from elderly gentlemen that had made plans for that Friday. And now they are pissed off because they needed what you got, man, and you didn't deliver. So now, yeah, you're gonna hear all about it. That's true story shit right there. I'm telling you, that's not like fantastical or made up. You know, Viagra Friday in Florida is a real thing. And like I said, those old dudes, as they say in England, those old geezers, they want their blue pill. And apparently, I guess you can get insurance policies where you're guaranteed, you know, so many per month. So yeah, whatever you do, don't be late delivering the blue pills. Those guys will get all sorts of antsy. They will not be happy. So yeah, everything I'm telling to you right this second is a fact. St. Spiridon, that would be nice. I mean, the one thing for me, if we go to Greece, I would be going with my wife. So as much as I would like to run up like Mount Athos and stuff like that, that would require me to basically leave my wife alone somewhere by herself, bored for like 2 or 3 days. And because no women are allowed on Mount Athos, right? So I'd never do that. And then the second thing, which you guys have heard me and Vic argue about nonstop with each other, is my wife is kind of like my personal comfort animal. So I don't want to go anywhere without her. So me visiting Mount Athos is not going to happen because I don't want to go anywhere without my wife, and she can't go there, which I totally understand, and I don't expect them to change the rules or anything. I agree. No women on Mount Athos. Awesome. But that just means that I will never really be able to go there because I'm paranoid or something, and I can't envision myself going anywhere without my wife there, you know, to have my back or whatever. But maybe paranoia is the right word for what I deal with, because it's like when my brother was down here, me and my brother would go places all the time, and I felt perfectly safe because I was with my brother. Somebody said it has to do with being a veteran. I don't know if that's true. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but yeah, at some point in my life, I just got to where I decided I don't go places by myself anymore, you know, and I know I used to. Lourdes, yeah. That's France, right, Lourdes? See, if my wife and I went to Greece, it would 100% be purely a pleasure trip. We would hang out on Caprici Island, eat wonderful Greek food, which she and I both adore, hang out on the beach, and just be those people for a while, you know? I probably wouldn't even go out of my way to try to catch a lot of the sites or anything unless there was like a tour group that did that. Literally, it would just be me hanging out with my fat ass on a Greek beach, eating gyros and drinking ouzo and just chilling the shit out and looking around at the beautiful sapphire blue water. That's kind of my plan. Now, originally, we were talking about going to St. Petersburg, which we had already really like laid it out. We were ready to go, and then things happened, let's say. And we all know what those things are, right? And that vacation, though, was not about laying about and just relaxing and enjoying life. I was intending to visit like all the cathedrals in St. Petersburg and Moscow. Like land in St. Petersburg, get the room, do all this stuff in St. Petersburg, then catch public transportation to Moscow and go see like St. Basil's Cathedral and all the cathedrals in Moscow, and then fly out of Moscow back to Orlando Regional. Like I said, we had plotted that shit out. Your son was, yeah, my son was born in France, in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, or in Japan. And if you say Japan, that's why I always tell people, don't join the army. You never get stationed anywhere good. Join the Navy. Go see Australia, Japan, all these great places. Oh, okay, I got you. So yeah, but according to your videos, you're a young man. You're a young man. Like both of my daughters are 30, 32. I had them close like my mom did. And I've already got 7 grandchildren, man. My girls are, they're doing their best to stop any sort of population decline or demographic shift you hear about. Like, they've definitely joined that team of, we're just going to have kids. And they are. One of them's got 5, the other's got 2, but we'll probably have another one. I can't guarantee that. I just feel that way. And then my beautiful little niece, she's doing the same thing, man. She's just cranking them out, which is funny because all throughout high school, she was not into dudes. Then she met the right guy and decided, you know what? We're going to move in the woods. We're going to homestead. I'm going to carry an AR everywhere I go, and we're just going to crank kids out. And I was just like, well, you do you, baby. You know? You do you, baby. Knock yourself out. Live that dream, man. So, yeah, you're 39. Okay, I'm 55. Just turned 55. And let me tell you, I love it. I am that guy that absolutely loves the fact that I'm getting older. It doesn't bother me. I mean, yes, did I want to die when I went to Kentucky and climbed up my mountain? Yeah, I kind of wanted to die. It sucked. I'm older. But I look back at like my old life and I look at me now. No regrets at all, man. I'm just like, you know, life has been awesome. Right? I've lived through shit no one should ever live through. I've done some crazy shit. I played a lot of D&D games. You know, I've just been doing my thing, man. And by and large, it's been absolutely worthwhile and amazing. And honestly, I don't know how long I've got left on this planet. But I've got my beautiful wife, I've got my dog, and so whether it's 2 days or 20 years, I intend to enjoy every bit of it. Got a 4-year-old and a 3-year-old and another daughter. Wow, look at you, buddy. Nice. You're making it happen too. Good for you. One thing I always tell people, if we're going to talk a little bit about kids, is a lot of people will be like, you know, kids are very expensive. And the answer to that is yes. But the addendum to the answer yes is, but 2 is not that much more expensive than 1. As a matter of fact, it's almost negligible, right? And 3 is the same as 1. It's like, if you have 1 kid, that's actually a hell of an investment. You're going to be spending shit ton of money for sure, right? But if you have 3, well, guess what? That same box of macaroni and cheese is going to feed 3 kids the same as it feeds the 1. And, you know, when you go out clothes shopping, you know, instead of buying 1 pair of shoes, you're buying 3. But then again, depending on how far apart they are, you know, older brothers can always give down to lower younger brothers, you know what I mean? And yeah, so I had mine, and I would have had many more if it had worked out. And having 1 daughter was no easier or cheaper than having 2. It just, you know, it just is what it is. As a matter of fact, having 2 worked out even more awesome for me because the older one pretty much potty trained the younger one, because the younger one always wanted to be around the older one. So when the older one got potty trained, the younger one was potty trained like within a month. And she was still really a baby. Yeah, the diapers. I think, Shellback, I might have said this. I don't know if you heard me say this. One of the happiest days of my life that I will never forget is the day both of my children no longer needed diapers. I was so happy. I was just sitting there with my, well, actually, by that time, I think I might have been doing the single dad thing. But I was just sitting there being like, oh my God. That, because, I mean, it just opened up so many doors for other things that I wanted to do for my kids that I hadn't been able to afford to do because, you know, at that time I was starting out in life. So I was not, you know, making bunches of money or anything. I was, you know, a veteran, fresh out of the Army, doing my thing, doing the best I could, right? Yeah, the competitiveness, yeah. And, oh man, that day I no longer had to buy diapers, that was like the day that I had like over $100 a month that I could start just doing other shit. And the same with the formula. When I no longer had to worry about buying the formula, it was like, well, that's another shit ton of money every month I ain't got to worry about. And that allowed me to start doing other things, like actually, you know, being able to afford to take the daughters to the parks, and, you know, buy them other things they wanted. Because, yeah, like I said, I was a broke boy, as they say, and not ashamed of that. I worked my ass off, and I made every freaking nickel scream to make sure that my kids always had full bellies and were never running around just in a diaper, like, you know, whatever. And I mean, maybe in the house I'd let them get away with that, but you know, it actually killed my gaming because I've always been a gamer, but when my kids were of that age, it was like buying games went right out the window. So me and my brother, when we did get the game, it's what I say. We played AD&D because I already owned the books, and we used pennies to represent the miniatures on just a blank piece of paper that I would draw the room out based on an inch equaling 5 feet. Sometimes we wouldn't even use miniatures. I would just draw the room and then wherever I was, and literally by the time the combat was getting through, it looked like somebody had laid out like a American football play, you know, like this guy charged here with an arrow and then this guy hooked over here, and like, so we were playing D&D on a budget of $0. That was my gaming. Now, once the kids got older and I started making a little bit more money, I started being able to, you know, actually get miniatures, got into 40K a bit. But I'll tell you right now, it always came down to making sure that my kids were never hungry, ever, and always had clothes on them, you know. And I was lucky because their uncle was a huge help. He was a good uncle, you know. He would, that's how you DM. See, now, because I deep in my heart am, and I know this is a fact, I'm a war gamer. Now my D&D battles are like tactical scenes. I've got like miniature houses and shit like terrain like this, and we play on a big freaking neoprene like mouse pad board that, you know, and like I've got little dungeon walls that I can put down to represent the outsides of the dungeon or a building or anything. And then again, tons of miniatures, just tons of miniatures everywhere. And my wife actually bought a lot of them. But one thing I didn't mention to you, Showback, is my kids were from my first wife. I'm with my third wife now. We've been together for 23 years or so, and it's been pretty amazing. You know, we were like 30 when we met. We were both coming out of bad relationships, and by the time I was 30, I'd basically become what you would call a professional when it comes to like jobs. And she's actually a super professional because she's got like a double degree and all that. And so we managed to, through hard work and my wife making sure I don't do anything stupid, build for ourselves and my kids a very comfortable life. We're definitely not rich, but if we want to take the time and go to Kentucky to visit my mom for a week, we can make that happen once a year or so, you know, do stuff like that. Like, I don't have to worry if I wanted to go out to eat, which I never do because my wife is an amazing cook. But if her and I wanted to go out to eat, I ain't got to worry about it. I don't even got to look at the bank, you know? And a lot of that is 100% hard work, discipline, and budgeting. And honestly, she taught me that because if it were up to me, I'd probably be homeless, like living in a box somewhere, because I can be very impetuous and just do stupid shit. But my wife is a hyper organized dame. And so she makes sure I don't do anything stupid. And yeah, I've 55, been with her since I was 32 and have never been happier. Never been happier. And she's a gamer. And that's the best part of the whole equation. Because I agree with the Dungeon Professor, and I've said this and I'll say it again. If you love gaming, like you love gaming, it's your hobby and you really love it, don't even dream of marrying a woman who also isn't a gamer. Unless she's just super, super cool and she's willing to just kick back and just let you enjoy your hobby. But if you're like me and you marry women who are not into gaming, which I did twice, they're going to make you miserable. Your life is going to suck. You won't be able to do anything without constantly being nagged. Every time you leave your house to go to the comic shop to like play some 40K, you're going to get 50 fucking calls, you know, of them wanting to know where you are, what you're doing, bring some milk home. And you know we don't need milk. See, I'm going a little bit in here. It's like, you know, you don't need the milk. They're just calling you because they just can't stand the idea that you might be somewhere out in the world doing some shit that they're not involved in. And I don't know if that's a female trait or just the women I married. It's not my wife's problem because I can sit here and paint and she don't come in every 20 minutes fucking with me. As long as I do my chores and I get my shit done right, the way we've got planned, I'm pretty much good as gold, right? And yeah, so marrying a woman, aphantasia. I don't know what that is. Your war gamer heart. I hear you, baby. Yeah. If you only had a motorcycle, it's not like you could tote around a bunch of miniatures and terrain and everything. It's like you had your backpack with some books in it and some dice, right? Nothing wrong with that. No judgments here. I'm telling you. I don't know what aphantasia is, so I don't know. Oh, okay. Okay. So she's actually got a thing where she just really does not being left alone. My answer to that is, well, you love her, so you do what you got to do, right? And as long as she's good to you, then you just keep doing what you got to do. Mine were not good to me. Not only did they hate gaming, but they were constantly finding reasons to make it my problem that they hated gaming. Like, you know, sleeping around and shit like that. Not a fan. Wow, that is interesting. Well, I mean, kudos to you, and you know, just take care of your lady, man. That's all. I've never even heard of that, but then again, I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist, so I don't know shit about shit anyway. And that seems terrible. That does not seem like something I would ever want to deal with. I'm sad that your wife has to deal with it, but hey, hang in there, bro. See, my thing is I have a inability to sympathize. You know, I see a doctor about it. It was a thing we learned. It helped me in the fire department because, you know, seeing people die just didn't bother me. I mean, obviously I worked my ass off to make it not happen, but if it did happen, I was just like, well, okay. Unless it were kids. Kids always F with me. Little kids can't deal with that shit. That'll make me be like, I'll cry for a week. And have, you know, when I was on the job. But yeah, not only do I have this issue where I have a hard time sympathizing with people, my issue gets even more effed up in that when people show weakness, my natural instinct is to crush them. So maybe you could call that like the bully disease or something, right? It's like if I see someone being weak, I don't sympathize. The opposite happens. I want to destroy them for being weak. And I'm sure it probably has something to do with some kind of past trauma or something. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know about any of that shit. But I've been working through it because deep down inside, I do want to be a good person. I don't want to be a jackhole my whole life. You know, and I've tried to be a good person, but yeah, I've got that thing in there, you know, where it's like. Now, if that sounds horrible, imagine the fact that my poor brother had to live his whole life with me. You know what I mean? My poor brother, practically a living saint, if I were to be honest with you. He might as well be a living saint. The fact that he managed to grow up with me and be such a good, noble, and honorable person and not a serial killer, that says a lot for just how good-natured and awesome my brother is, because I was not an easy brother to have. Unless somebody was picking on him, at which case I was a sociopath. Like, nobody got to pick on my brother but me. That was the rule, you know? So if some kids at school were trying to pick on my baby brother, or vice versa, because he's jumped in on my side so many times, that's how we rolled, man. That is how we rolled. My brother and I, thick as thieves. If somebody jumped on or started shit with either one of us, they were catching for both of us every time. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a sometimes or a maybe. It was a guarantee. And everyone in the school where we were growing up knew it. You do not mess with one of those two, because the other one will be coming. And plus, we didn't grow up with a sense of honor. So running up behind somebody and kicking them in the back of the knee and stomping them out, the way I was raised, that was a perfectly legitimate tactic. Now I'm older and I realize, yeah, you probably shouldn't do shit like that. That's kind of a scumbaggy kind of way to do it. But then again, growing up, we never got into fights for like honorable reasons. And every fight was a matter of do whatever you had to do to not lose. Yeah, that is so wild. Like, if she plays D&D with you, she can't imagine like the things you describe unless you show her like a picture, let's say, of a thing, and then she can see a picture, right? But if you just describe it, she's just like, yeah, whatever, with that bullshit. Am I understanding that correctly? Because wow, yeah, that would definitely interfere with your ability to play role-playing games, since so much of the role-playing game itself happens in your imagination and requires you to be able to visualize what you're doing. So being unable to visualize things, that would be a huge obstacle. Or to quote my boy from A Brother Who Art Thou, that would be a huge obstacle in your path when it comes to role playing. I always loved how the one guy said obstacle. He told us we wasn't going to get that treasure on account of the obstacles that will be in our path. That's right. Plus the main song, and I know I'm kind of drifting a little bit, but I'm still listening to you. She can't imagine how tabletop gaming is fun because she can't. Yeah, wow, man. But I'll tell you what, she's giving you 3 kids and she tolerates you, so I'm going to go ahead and say keeper. I'm going to say that's a keeper. And if she doesn't aggravate you nonstop every time you want a game, definitely a keeper. And you're a lucky man, in spite of, So I would say you're probably the exception to the rule that I made, because obviously your wife allows you to, still pursue hobbies and stuff and doesn't aggravate you about it. So that to me, that's awesome. That's a beautiful thing. That is an absolutely beautiful thing. And yeah. But it is what they say. There is an exception to every rule, and I have the rule, and you have provided the exception. How's she with board games? Like, my wife loves board games, and we play quite a few. We haven't in a couple days. I think it's just because we've both been, I don't know, maybe weirded. Maybe just getting used to the rhythm since we had tons of guests and stuff. But yeah, my wife, especially like Agricola and Splendor, stuff like that. My wife absolutely loves those games. And so do I. Like Agricola, yeah, sure, it's just a game about raising crops and wheat and whatever you're doing, but it's actually really fun. So, and then the last game she taught me to play was Skip-Bo, which is like, the way she described it, so that's how I'll describe it, is it's basically like you're playing solitaire, but with multiple people. And so that makes it really cool. I had been streaming for long periods of time lately. And I'm not blaming me, I'm blaming you guys. I've been streaming for longer periods of time lately than usual because people have been showing up to my streams and having conversations with me. And when people show up to a stream and want to talk about shit, then I get into this mindset of I'm just going to sit here and talk with the bros, Like the other day, my homie Holy Diver showed up, So even though I was thinking about getting off the stream, as soon as he showed up, I knew that wasn't happening. Because, you know. And Shellback, you've been chatting me up, and we've been talking, and it's been a wonderful conversation. And it has actually kept me. Now I'm getting a lot of stuff painted, so thank you for that. But it's just been very interesting chatting with you, you know? And that's the whole reason that I even do these live streams, honestly. I do these live streams specifically because I just want to chat with other gamers. Magical code of regulations. Yeah. And that's how it basically works for me. It's like, now, unless my wife needs something, in which case I do bell because, you know, priorities, right? But if I'm just in here like I'm painting right now and chatting with you guys, pretty much, it's almost like as long as people are chatting with me, I sit here and chat because I am literally here chatting because I find it easier to do my painting when I'm talking to people. Right, the stream is secondary to the painting, and the painting is way easier when I'm talking. Because otherwise, I have the most wicked case of gamer ADHD you ever heard of. And I mean, it's only my fault. I'm the one that procured all this shit and has filled my house full of games and stuff that I love to mess with, right? So as a result, sitting down and actually getting painting done, first off, I'll tell you right now, painting is not something I do because I love it. Painting is what I do because I want miniatures painted before they go on a table. You know, some people, they just love painting. And they'll just be like, oh yeah, I'll just sit here and paint all day. There's 90 things I can think of right now I would rather do than paint. And you guys distract me while I am painting so that I can actually get painting done. Now, before I live streamed, I would always have my music bit thing going, and I would be jamming out to my, you know, my Steely Dan and the Cars and, you know, that kind of stuff, right? But yeah, that's why, like, I talk to Double D and stuff. I know that this chat is never going to be a big show. And the reason is because I don't do this like a show. Like what you hear from me right now, this is me. This is the same me that people sitting at my game table get every week. And nothing is sugarcoated.
Good evening.
What's up?
How you been?
Good. I watched your show last night a little bit. Then I fell asleep
Yeah.
watching Conan the Destroyer.
Conan the Destroyer is a fine movie. Maybe the best D&D movie of all time.
Oh, goodness. I'm not arguing
What?
that anymore. Conan the Destroyer may be the best D&D movie of all time, and 13th Warrior is the best Hyperborea movie of all time.
So here's what I've gotten done so far today. These guys are ready for the varnish.
See, Bruce, unlike me, apparently seems to enjoy painting. Nice, your big weasel, couple of little dudes, and I don't know what that one thing with the googly eyes is. What is that, pufferfish?
No, it's a fucking owlbear egg.
Oh my goodness, that is nightmarish. Just two big eyes staring at you. I'm like,
Not the mama.
right? It's like, I don't. That is unsettling. Yeah, but Bruce over here, he actually likes painting. Me, I'm just trying to get shit done because what I like is gaming with painted miniatures.
I love gaming and painted miniatures. That's my favorite thing to do.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a
but I
very
don't
nice
li- I don't-
VTT
I
you
don't
have
like
there.
painting, though. You see what I mean?
I know this sounds really just exclusive. Maybe it is, but I like leaning into people like, oh, that's a cute VTT you got there. Where do you get the maps at? Where do you get your pogs from? Oh, I use a battle mat and painted figs and painted terrain if I can. I love that.
Yeah. Well, there's a few of us around. Double D is part of that club because Double D and I were talking about the miniature stuff, and he's a huge fan of using miniatures in his games too. And
Fuck
so,
yes.
there's a few of us out there that are that way, you know. And it's just all right, you know, whatever. But then again, I also used to love playing like Johnny Red when I was a kid. I played a lot of 40K. I'm currently involved with Oathmark, Frostgrave, and Baron's War. So I'm still a wargamer.
I love wargaming. Don't get me wrong, but I'm really wanting to play more Frostgrave. So I've only played it once, and that's not enough to get a good feel for it.
Right. I'll tell you what, the funnest games I've ever had of Frostgrave were like 3 or 4 players. You know? If you set the map up just a little bit bigger and you have every one of the players start from a corner, oh my God, that game can get so hectic and just bullshit happening, you know? And just it's practically like a role-playing game, but you know, not. But it could be. I mean, depending on how you are acting when you're playing the game. I mean, if you actually decide to get down there at, you know, tabletop level and actually put yourself in the mind of your gang leader, you know, and then maybe start talking a little bit of smack to the other guys playing, but in character. You know, like the necromancer, let him know he stinks. I do the same thing in Battletech too. Like, you know, anytime my brother and I play, I always let him know that the Draconis Combine are lame. And then he always talks shit about Free Worlds League. I think the beautiful thing about role playing is you can pretty much role play in any game if you want to. Maybe not Skipbo or freaking whatever, but yeah, the 13th Warrior to me, if you don't know anything about Hyperborea, the 13th Warrior would be a really good primer for Hyperborea. It's a bunch of Vikings and a Muslim traveling to a distant frozen land to fight cavemen. That literally screams, hey, Hyperborea here. You know, because Hyperborea, being based on the sword and sandals genre, involves fighting a bunch of, you know, primitive humans and shit like that. There's tons of them. Ape men and Neanderthals and carnivorous apes and ape this and ape that, whatever, right? And in Hyperborea, as I've said, you can play the Arab or the Viking. Like literally, you can say, yeah, my character's a Dane or a Swede. And that's okay. You're a Viking. Good for you, right? Or I'm a Moor or I'm an Arab or whatever. Hyperborea can get really weird in another way too. You can play a Christian.
Yes.
A lot of people don't. But
They should.
you can play a Carolingian Frank, and if you read on the description of the Carolingian Franks, it says most of them have went back to worshiping their pagan gods or Apollo or something. But some of them have remained Catholic. So So yes, the world of Hyperborea has turned some of them back to worshiping older gods that are actually out there doing shit. But some of them are still worshiping the Christian God, who typically, I don't know if they're going to give you a lot of spells or anything, but they're an actual god as opposed to, you know, a superpowered alien. So it just depends. Like a character I was thinking would be really neat to play was of the Greek propensity, but it was going to be a Byzantine from like the 10th century. So I'd be playing like a Varangian or a Byzantine warrior who would 100% be Orthodox Christian. The mini that Link is connected to would be great for Hyperborea. Did you send me a link and I missed it?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's Big James. Or no, my link didn't go anywhere. Let's see if Big James posted something back here and I missed it. I know you can go to like, I think Reaper. You can go to Reaper and buy Necron from Ralph Bakshi's Fire and Ice. Necron's on there.
Really?
Yeah, that'd be a great venture for. That's the other movie that's definitely screams Hyperborea at the top of its freaking lungs. Fire and Ice, because Necron, like I keep saying, is definitely a cryomancer. His mother may or may not be some kind of necromancer. The red-haired woman with the giant whatever is a necromancer, obviously. Yar or whatever is a warrior. The princess is a hottie. Pterodactyls do exist, and you can ride around on them. And, you know, the idea of like a level 4 cryomancer just pushing glaciers around and effing everything up is super Hyperborean. And who served him? A bunch of cavemen. And as I said earlier, cavemen, the other white meat, at least in Hyperborea. Like where most settings rely hard on like goblins and shit like that, Hyperborea leans into like cavemen, ape men, so much more Conan-esque or Tarzan, stuff like that. Shellback, I ran a game of Frontier Space, which is basically an OSR version of Star Frontiers. Didn't tell the players that what we were playing was is it the Chronicles of Riddick, where he's on that world and he decides he needs to escape and two bands of bounty hunters show up to kill him, and there's those weird monsters that live under the ground, but when it rains they come up and try and eat everyone. Whichever Riddick movie that was, I ran that beat per beat for the player characters.
Okay, you combined the Pitch Black with the Chronicles of Riddick.
Kind of. What I did is they were on a starship, and the starship got destroyed. And before it got destroyed, they all ran to jump into the escape pods. And the escape pods, when they landed on this world, they thought, well, this world sucks, you know, it's a desert, blah, blah, blah. They're looking for water and shit. And they finally found the outpost. So think the outpost that the guys were holed up in that Riddick movie, except these guys were not wanted. But what happened is, instead of bounty hunters showing up, which actually for them would have been a good thing, because they'd been like, hey, get us off this planet. We're members of, you know, the Federated whatever, right? What happened is, when it rained, those weird monsters with the hook tail thing that would poison you just started coming out of the ground. And they had to fight like nonstop to try not to get overrun by those bastards, right? And they had the best time. And then when the game was over, I just said, just in case you guys are wondering, we just played a Riddick movie. And they're like, damn, okay. Yeah, we did, didn't we? I was like, yeah. And then they got it, and they were like, oh, well, that's cool. But that's part of my DMing skill set. Basically, steal every good idea from everywhere and then use it in whatever way you can. So, yeah, movies, books, whatever. If I feel like I can get a couple minutes of play out of it, believe me, I am going all the way in on it. And because we were playing this game at the drop of a hat, because basically 4 out of the 7 people at my table called out of a game because of bullshit. 3 had showed up though. So instead of canceling, well, we did cancel the game we're playing, and then I gave them pre-mades for Frontier Space, and I ran that. And they had a blast. I've done that multiple times. A lot of times it's with Call of Cthulhu though. Like if like enough people call out that I don't want to actually run the D&D campaign or the fantasy role-playing campaign or whatever, then I'll 100%. I'll just be like, hey, here's some pre-made Call of Cthulhu characters. Let's get her on, you know.
Did you ever look at the old? There's an old system called Iron Heroes back in the 2007, 2008 era. 2006, my bad. There's a game called Iron Heroes, and it involved a lot of martial classes that did a lot of various stunts. And each class had a token mechanic where they would earn tokens to spend to do their own signature moves.
Huh.
And Iron Heroes felt like a very Conan-esque RPG world because the magicians in the world were usually bad guys. Let's be honest, they were bad guys.
Right.
But you had various skirmishers, harriers, you had weapon masters, you had armigers, you had all sorts of martial classes that did their own specific thing. They would earn their tokens, and it was so neat to play. But it was a Monty cookbook, and so it only remained in production for maybe about 20,000 books, and now it's out, gone, whatever. If you can look up Iron Heroes, I think you would find a new favorite way to run Conan. Although it is more complex than BX, so that I might be wrong.
So
yes, Pro Hermit is familiar with it.
Iron Heroes for a few years when it came out, fun stuff. The different classes in 13th Warrior. Well, I mean,
that's what I was referring
Bovi
to.
Is definitely a fighter right off the bat. Bovi is a fighter, and then you've got a couple of guys there that are 100% berserkers. The Arab is probably a bard, if we're honest, even though he never really did bard stuff. He is a poet, though. The one guy with the dark curly hair that was always hiding in trees with the bow, that guy's a hunter or a ranger for sure. So while I would say it's mostly fighter types in the actual 13th Warrior, it's probably a pretty good spread of the different fighter types when it comes to, you know, hunters, barbarians, berserkers, fighters, all that sort of thing. And then, like I said, I would say the Arab is probably a bard. That doesn't mean that he is a bard. That's the class I would have given him based on the fact that, you know, he was a poet. And that was like his thing. And then, of course, you could say that the woman that the Arab, Ibn, slept with, she very, very easily could have been some kind of healing class. But then again, in Hyperborea, pretty much anyone with clean cotton rags and shit can at least administer first aid, which will heal you a little bit. But given that she knew about, boiling down urine so that it's mostly the ammonia left, which will kill bacteria. Yeah, she might have been, I don't know, some kind of healer. The king and the big redheaded guy and the son. Well, the big redheaded guy that got killed, Angus, he's a fighter. You know that for sure. The warrior poet could make a good. Well, and I'm super excited for the Reaver to see what the Reaver is. Because one thing that Hyperborea doesn't really have is a fighter thief. None of the fighter or thief subclasses lean into the other side. So fighters, you've got fighters, fighter clerics, you've got fighter mages, but not really a fighter thief. And for the thieves, the same thing. You've got the thieves, and then you've got thief clerics, and then you've got thief mages. But, the Reaver, I think is what it's called. And plus the name just sounds cool as shit too. I'm a level 5 Reaver. Now, somebody who knows a lot more than me, or at least speculates a lot more than me, said that it's going to be a nautical-based character, possibly. So I could see playing a Hyperborea campaign where I'm playing a Viking Reaver. And I've got a bunch of abilities that are handy on board the boat, but I'm also good at climbing walls and murdering people in their sleep. Something like that. We can only wait until next year to see. And the seer, I don't know what the seer will be. Definition classes are always kind of a pain in the ass to design and to play, because it's like, I'm a mage, but all of my abilities rely on me talking to, demons and shit, the gods, whatever. And it's like, well, then how useful are you in combat, When shit hits the fan, can you throw an exploding skull or a fireball or something, or no? Then again, though, imagine if you have a seer and the seer talks to its, otherworldly advice giver, and then because they did that, they can give somebody a bonus at some point during the game. Delta Green's fine. It's basically, the BRP, Call of Cthulhu, but in the modern day. Call of Cthulhu 7th edition, the core 7th edition rulebook gives you all the info you need to play in the modern day, though. So it's kind of superfluous. It's kind of a thing that they created a long time ago. And now it's become even more of a thing, but you don't need it. Because again, the Chaosium Call of Cthulhu has all the rules you need for modern play. And then, what's his name? Peterson? He's released a number. Huh?
Sandy Peterson.
Yeah. He has released a number of books full of adventures set in the modern day. Because I own them. So, So basically, if you want to play modern Call of Cthulhu and you want to be a member of some kind of monster hunting organization like an STP or something, you no longer need Delta Green. You don't need it. You can just play Call of Cthulhu. Now, speaking of Cthulhu games, which you guys already know I love, based on Hyperborea, I have a lot of the books for Arkham Horror RPG, and I'm a huge fan of that. Arkham Horror has this really cool, it uses dice 6, but the dice mechanics are I don't know. They just blow my wig back, man. I just like it, you know?
Explain. What am I missing here?
Well, in Arkham Horror role-playing game, everyone starts with a die pool at the beginning of a round, and these dice are spent to do things. So let's say you want to run. That might cost you a die. So you just get rid of the die. But if you want to attack somebody, you get to determine how many dice you want to use in the attack. And the more successes, of course, the more damage, blah, 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 right? So basically, the player controls how many actions they can actually do in a round based on how many dice they are willing to expend on that action.
Okay.
So if you wanted to be like, F it, I really want to shoot this guy, I'm using every available dice, well, that is the only action you're getting that round. But chances are you're going to succeed at the thing you tried to do. Like for real, right? Or you could say, well, I've got 4 die, and I'm going to use 2 of them to shoot at that guy, and then I'm going to use the other 2 to shoot at him again. Or do some other thing. And yes, Edge Games, which is actually owned by Asmodee, decided to take the Arkham Horror board games and turn them into a badass role-playing game. Probably if I ever run a one-off or a short thing between the Hyperborea stuff, that's what it'll be. And dude, it's like they took all of the shit you love from Arkham Horror and Mansions of Madness, and they made a role-playing game. So, like, the starter box literally comes with, like, weird puzzles and, like, languages that your character has to try to figure out how to decipher, and shit tons of tokens to represent the characters and monsters, etc. Tons of poster-sized, this is the starter box, tons of poster-sized areas, like a hospital, a hotel, a whatever. And of course, it's the same scale basically as Mansions of Madness. So if you want to use any of the cardboard rooms and shit from Mansions of Madness, knock yourself out, right? And the rules are super simple, but, and this is what I love about it, super wide open. You know, it's like, it's really simple. It's like, oh, you want to shoot a guy. Your firearm skill is 4+. That means in order to hit that guy, you need a 4+ on one of your dice 6s. But how many dice 6s? You know what I mean? And there's some other mods like whether you're running, they're running, range, etc. Obviously, but the point is the player can actually control a lot of what their characters do based on how hardcore they're willing to go into it, you know? So if you're a guy and your firearm skill is 6+, which means you need a 6 to hit, you're not down and out. You can roll 4 dice and hope to get that 6. Meanwhile, if you're a pistolero and you've got like a 3+ to hit, then maybe you only want to roll 1 or 2 die. Since your odds with lower number of dice are so much better, right? And the whole game is kind of that way. And then the other thing they did, which some people will love, I love, some might not like, is they added archetypes, which are kind of like classes, but not. And one of them I really like is the Survivor. And every archetype gets to start the game with like a knack. That's an archetype specific knack. And then as you play the game, you can spend experience to either increase skills or get more knacks, right? And survivors have like cool knacks. Like one of them I was looking at, it's like when you should be dead, you can do something and survive. Basically because you're a survivor. there's like a knack, and like the one I'm thinking about. I'm trying to remember because I don't keep that book near me all the time. But it's like, if you're the last person surviving in the group, because you're a survivor, you can give up like some dice or some shit and somehow miraculously survive when everyone else died. And then there's like the gunslinger, and you already know what that dude does, right? He's really good with guns. And like you can get a starting knack that says that you can reload your weapons twice as fast as, whatever. And depending on how you choose your character, you can start the game with a pistol or maybe even a Tommy gun. Satyr Studios, limited run demon. I mean, any kind of demonic thing obviously is Hyperborea. Hyperborea even has a class of demons called luminal demons. And that's a specific type of demon that actually is not native to the infernal planes. It is native to the material plane. Somehow.
I put a link in your miniatures tab on your Discord for art villain encounters, and they give you 15 huge or bigger miniatures for like $600.
All right, I'll look at it.
I became a backer. I'm like, fuck. They're all undead, Colossus and shit like that. Straight out of these.
Well, I mean, I was really jamming on that colossal skeleton you were painting the other day. I was like, damn, that is definitely cool.
Oh, this guy here? Yeah, I need to get back on him.
Yeah, that guy is definitely super cool. And I've got the big 5-headed dragon you got too. I got one myself.
How far on it are you?
The Reaper one, that's kind of like
how far did you
Tiamat, but wink, wink, nod, nod, maybe not.
It's not Tiamat. We did not say it was Tiamat. What am I?
It just happens to be a gigantic dragon with 5 heads.
It's a big dragon with 5 heads.
Well, you know what it could be, though? If I were playing my Baptism of Fire game, which will probably never happen, there is a multi-headed dragon in Slavic mythology, sometimes depicted with 3, but sometimes more, always odd heads, that you can actually deal with, too. I think its name starts with a Z, because, Polish words and Zs. So, yeah, I could say that's not actually Tiamat. That's Zora, whatever. Which, according to Polish mythology, I guess burned down a city at some point in like 10-something. So, yeah. But since that game's set kind of in the real world, involves real world shit, I'm never playing that.
Why are we not acknowledging the fact that dragons existed? Because every time I go to a church, any continent on the planet, there's always some mural of a knight slaying a dragon.
Yeah, usually that's St. George. So, like, if you look at the actual Russian Federation's heraldry, it's St. George slaying a dragon. But it's common in other places as well. One thing a lot of people, I don't know if they knew this or not, is that dinosaur is a new word.
Yes.
And before that, they were always referred to the bones they dug up as dragons. I think dinosaur become a thing in like 16th or no, like the 18th century or something.
1800s it became a thing.
Right.
Because we founded, we got this, what was it, penicillin, and we were beating up diseases left and right, and we were doing all this stuff. Humans got cocky. Oh, we can get away from all the root words of all the fairy tale shit. All that stuff we'll we'll just completely gaslight people that try to say they're dealing with fairies or demons at their house.
Well, here's
Gaslight.
the thing, though. The dragon usage of the word dragon for a dinosaur, it actually doesn't change a damn thing about science.
Oh no.
You could just say that a T-Rex is a kind of dragon. A brontosaurus is just a kind of a freaking dragon. I mean, so you could say that a dragon is just a kind of a dinosaur. If you want to be crazy. I mean, so the fact that they felt the need to change that word is kind of stupid, because it was a word that was meaningless to change. It didn't make a real difference in anything. And of course, in Conan and Hyperborea, all of the multitude of dinosaurs that are still roaming the land trying to eat your player character, they're called dragons. However, there are no dragons as you know them in normal D&D. So, big hexapedal flying fire-breathing dragons, not really a thing in Hyperborea. Gigantic carnosaurs that want to eat you, 100% a thing in Hyperborea. I actually had to go out and buy a T-Rex and a couple of Carnosauruses. And some Utah Raptors. Just to keep keep my group honest, you know? Because in the warmer parts of Hyperborea, those bastards are still running around. And everyone just calls them dragons. So, like, Conan had a monster he fought once called a forest dragon, right? It is a T-Rex. At least the way to describe it sounded like a T-Rex. So, while I'm not saying that the hexapedal flying things may or may not have existed at some point, they absolutely may have, I guess. I am saying, though, changing the word from dragon to dinosaur was a meaningless change. It didn't do anything. I mean, feel free to call your T-Rexes dragons all day long, guys. All day wrong. It's not like that's really the wrong way to do it. You know? And historically, it does make more sense, since in ancient days, when they encountered these things, they called them dragons. I mean bones, but then again, you never know, because, you know, Makeli Mombe or whatever it's called. And we know for a fact that the Sumerians were carving some kind of crazy looking animals onto some of those columns. Some people say they were just like trying to depict crocodiles, but I don't know. Crocodiles ain't got legs that long. So I guess I'll leave this open for the cryptid hour, Bruce. The cryptid hour. Could it have happened? It could have.
It could. Does
Peter Piper
Raven still
picked the
hang
bucket.
out? Does Raven still hang out with Shadow? I knew for a
They
while
have
they were.
falling out. Not 100% sure exactly what went down. Not at all
Okay.
curious, to be perfectly honest.
Neither am I, but I
And
know
I'm not
she's
even
big
trying to
in-
be like, douchey about it. It's just like, it's
No.
just not my thing. I don't even care.
I was asking because she's super big on cryptid stuff.
Yes, her and I had some amazingly great conversations about all the cryptid shit. Because I'm kind of super interested in my Appalachian cryptids, you know? Of which there are many.
Which one is your favorite?
My favorite cryptid? Like the one I would put my money on as far as I'd love to actually find is a dogman.
You're in the wrong spot.
Why?
Florida dogmen don't get reported on much.
Oh, no, bro. I'm talking Kentucky. I can give a shit about skunk apes.
Okay.
Kentucky dogmen are like, yeah, they go back centuries. I know that the whole idea of the dogman was supposed to have started in Michigan. But if you go back with the Native Americans, no. No, they were talking about dogmen and the Appalachians hundreds of years ago. And
Well,
these
here's the other
dogmen
thing.
can mimic the sound of a human, and they like to lay up and kill and eat people. Right?
They do, but
Oh,
are you
yeah.
familiar with the story of the LBL?
I don't know what an LDL is.
The land between the lakes on western Kentucky. I brought it up a few days back.
Yes, you told me about that the other day. Yeah, it's near Paducah.
Yeah.
We talked all about
Supposedly
that.
back in the late 70s, early 80s, a family got attacked by a dog man when they had the Kentucky Lake freshly poured over there or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And the daughter survived. Everybody else got butchered.
Yeah. Well, and it's just like in the Northwest, you have the beloved Sasquatch. But in Kentucky, you have the hairy man. And so named by the Cherokee, and I'm just using the English translation because I can't pronounce the Cherokee. And the Cherokee hairy man is a flat up menace. It is not like Harry and the Hendersons. It is a straight up will kill you, Hungar. Yeah, there you go. That's the Kentucky hairy man right there.
It's the only
That's
Warhammer peril I have.
scripted. But anyway, yes, if you look up the story of the Appalachian hairy man, which is not just Kentucky, it's up in the Carolinas, up in the mountains, right? Cherokee talk about it quite a bit. They got names for it. And it's hyper aggressive. And if it catches you way out in the woods by yourself, according to the Cherokee, it'll just kill and eat you. So yeah, we're not talking Harry and the Hendersons. And then you got rakes. And then you've got, what else do we got in Kentucky? Well, just inbred humans. Holler crawlers, we call them. You know, so think Call of Cthulhu type shit, you know, like a human family that settled there in 1600 and something and worshiped the really dark old European / whatever gods and just stayed in their holler interbreeding and worshiping their ancient gods. And occasionally, you know, maybe serial murdering and eating people. Who knows? Like, you could throw a smattering of cannibalism onto that story. And yeah, that's a thing that people talk about. There's a town in eastern Kentucky called Bethel. And back in 1700, a whole family of supposed Satanists migrated from Pennsylvania to Bethel, Kentucky, and have been there since. And so the church there is a church devoted to Satan, not to God. And those people are just down in there doing their own thing by themselves. And if you think about it, it's kind of horrible. Now, the last time I looked up anything about it, there was supposedly no more than maybe 100 or 200 people living in that little village now. But yeah, you can guarantee they're all inbred as shit.
Yes.
And they're all worshiping the devil, and possibly the reason for people going missing on the Appalachian Trail, because they're not that super far away from it. That's another cryptid you got to watch out for, and that's trail angels.
Trail
I don't know if you know what
angels.
trail angel is.
Do explain.
Trail angels are generally very attractive young women, generally dressed in white sundresses that will meet you on the Appalachian Trail while you're walking and offer you water or fruit or snacks. That sounds like an amazing thing, right?
Yeah.
Except the goal is they're going to poison you and drag you back to their inbred cult family and either kill and eat you or use you for a breeder until they get bored and then kill and eat you.
Gee, that
And
sounds
they
pleasant.
do this because the elders of their families understand that, you know, having a bunch of inbred children is not a good idea. You're going to end up with a bunch of idiots running around with like a 40, 50 IQ. like in Minneapolis, right? So they kidnap, generally speaking, healthy young men because men reproduce faster than women if they have, a harem, let's say, and they drag you back to the camp and they put you to work. But no, it's not a good thing. It's not like, I hope a trail angel catches me so I can have a life full of sex, because no. It's not going to be like that. It's going to be horrible. And so that's a trail angel. And here's the other cryptid thing. If you're ever walking through the deep woods in the mountains of eastern Kentucky and you come up on a camp with tents and stuff, but it's abandoned, don't take a damn thing. Walk away as quick as possible, because those are holler crawlers. They've been back there God only knows how long, and they're in the woods watching you right now because you wandered onto their camp. And if you steal something, well, now you get to die. But you might get to die anyway. It just depends. And one of the things they say is if you're camping and you wake up and like your bags and shit are all gone, just walk your ass out and be thankful that whatever was in your camp that night, just tuck the bags. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think you're picking up what I'm putting down. So, and that's why I said when I'm walking on my property, when I'm up in Kentucky, the thing I get the most nervous about finding is humans. Because my property is 30 miles away from any town. So if I'm walking up the hill with my AK and there's another guy walking up that hill and I don't know him,
Why is
well,
he
my
there?
mind's immediately like, what in the F are you doing here? And it's probably not for good reasons. You're way out in the middle of the forest, one or two of you, just roaming about on property that don't belong to you. For what reason exactly? Zombie Tommy knockers? I don't know. See, I don't know what Stephen King was smoking when he was talking about Tommy knockers, but I don't know anything about that. Humans are the worst thing you will find in the deep forest of Appalachia. Humans. For the reason I just said. Why are they there? Probably not for any good reason. So I own around 30 acres, way up on a mountainside, way far away from everything. And when I walk out the front door of my mom's house to go up my mountain, I'm typically carrying at least 2 firearms and a knife. And I pray I don't run into humans. I would way rather run into a dog man or some crazy shit than humans. Because at least with one of them, you kind of know the deal. You know what I mean? But with the other one, you don't know. Are they Satanists? Are they cultists? Are they drug dealers? Are they looking for a growth spot or to build a meth lab? So there's all kinds of things that go from the supernatural all the way up to the very natural. But none of them are good. The best thing you can hope is they're hikers that got lost and somehow ended up 30 freaking miles away from where they should be. And that's not generally likely. At which point you can just, tell them how to get back towards the nearest road and move on with your day. But if there are any of those other things I mentioned, that's not good times. Those are bad times. Bad times.
Do you know about the swamp monster, the reptile man or lizard man of South Carolina?
I've heard of it.
Skateboard swamp. Okay.
And of course, there's also like a frog monster.
Yeah, but that was
up here
Illinois,
in Kentucky. I don't know where my buddy Leth has been all day. We have the Goat Man, who haunts this bridge and occasionally murders people there. And they say he looks exactly like what you would think a goat man would look like. Pretty much like a Warhammer beast man, a humanoid body with a goat head with horns. And there's all kinds of legends about how that might have came about, but one thing that everyone agrees on as far as the legend is that occasionally people are found dead at that bridge and sometimes thrown off of it. So that, of course, has grown on to become a whole thing, you know? The whole, is the goat man chucking people off the bridge? But yeah, Leth could tell you about that because that's a little bit further west than where I live. Because the flatlands of Kentucky got their own mess of freaking retardation, let's say. You know? Like the mountains, we got more, obviously, because it's the mountains. So we've got the witches and all that. What's the one? The Bell Witch, I believe that's a Kentucky thing. Is it the Bell Witch? I think so.
I think so.
Like lived up on a mountain and basically people would sometimes go to her, but she would sometimes cause lots of problems too. Yeah. For those of you guys still listening, yes, witches are a major concern in Eastern Kentucky, at least in the mythology, at least in the stories. The idea of, and I'm not talking like the hot goth witch that wants to read you some tarot cards. I'm talking about that other kind of witch, right? The idea of them has been a part of Appalachian culture since Appalachian culture. You know, the idea of evil women who might kidnap and eat children and shit like that, that is 100% pure Appalachia right there. Or, you know, an evil woman that will poison your crops and your livestock and you, and has consultations and consorts with demons and blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff is 100% part of, and not just Kentucky, but the Carolinas, parts of Ohio, Pennsylvania. I mean, yeah, that's some shit right there. That's some real deal beliefs. You know?
Bell Witch was in Robertson County, Tennessee.
There you go. Yeah, but I was just that second. I was just speaking like overall Appalachia as a whole. So we're talking Virginia, West Virginia, East Kentucky, East Ohio, all the way up to Eastern Pennsylvania, etc. There is a culture called Appalachian, and it exists regardless of state lines. And regardless of state lines, because it's based on a geography, there's a lot of shared identity and myths and stuff. So you can have a mountain man from Ohio, and you can have a mountain man from Tennessee, and they'll believe the same shit, even though they might never have met each other. It doesn't matter. It's Appalachia. And Appalachia is a wild and crazy freaking place. No other place on the planet like it.
Definitely a weird place, and I love Appalachia. Don't get me wrong; it's got its own vibe.
Oh, its own vibe, its own people, its own all that shit, right? And yes, Shellback, you are 100% correct. Everything I say about the mountains of Eastern Kentucky, just assume Virginia, West Virginia, Eastern Ohio, Tennessee, all the way up to Pennsylvania. Just assume it. Janet, what is up, Janet? Yeah. So when I say, yeah, in Kentucky we have this cryptid, it's not a Kentucky cryptid. It's an Appalachian cryptid. You can find that bitch anywhere in the Smokies, on the Blue Ridge, anywhere in the forests. I mean, you know, Dogman, Pennsylvania on down, baby. You know what I'm saying? All the way to Alabama with that one. Witches living in mountains and putting curses on people. Literally every part of Appalachia, all the way up to Canada. You get stories of that shit. So, see, Janet lives near another bunch of mountains where there's a lot of weird shit. Not as weird as Appalachia, though. I think we hold the title for weird shit. But there's some weird shit in the Ozarks and in the Rockies.
She lives near, I think, Brown Mountain.
I don't know where she lives, and I wasn't like trying to name any specific.
It's Arkansas.
Part out of like, you know, not wanting anybody to, you know, harass my girl and all that, right?
Oh, my bad.
But
That's not near Brown Mountain. I was talking about that's North
I'm
Carolina. Where
just
she
saying
lives at,
that there's weird shit in the mountains everywhere.
fuck yeah. Where she's at, there's a fuck ton of Bigfoot.
Yeah. And I guarantee you, if you go deep enough into it, someone there will claim to have seen a dog man. Or some other shit, a rake. Which are apparently really long-limbed, but like skinny, ultra-pale creatures that typically come out at night and run around. And so some of those guys that get big into the whole cryptid thing, their theory is rakes probably live underground. It's probably a subterranean creature that comes up at night to, you know, root around, see what it can do. I mean, you know, if it can catch a deer, I'm sure it'll be happy. If it can catch your ass, it'll be happy too. But there's a mockumentary kind of out there called Hell Year Kentucky. And in that show, they go deep into the
Goblins?
legend, rumor. Well, not just goblins, but apparently back in the 70s after the Vietnam War, the United States government was sending veteran special forces dudes from Vietnam into a lot of the deep Kentucky caves, and supposedly, according to some of these special forces dudes, they were duking it out down there with multiple different kinds of things, like reptilian type things. So not even like the little goblins, which are probably just little assholes that live in the caves. They might even be the Moonite people that you hear about in Appalachia. But these special forces guys were talking about, there were small reptilians and big reptilians, and they were all down there doing shit. They got in firefights with them, and the reptilians had poison weapons. And, but apparently all that shit was supposedly deeply buried because, of course, it would be. Probably for the citizens' own good, because I know if I was a kid and the government had said, you know, there's like weird things way deep in the caves, knowing my brother and I, we would have went looking for them. Because we're that, you know, because that's the kind of idiots we are, right? So I think sometimes if there are things like that and they do keep them secret, they might be doing it because we're so dumb we would actually try to hunt it down, as opposed to just letting it be. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You got black bear, dude. Come on, Janet, black bear. We got black bear for days. Florida might be the state with the highest population of black bears in the damn country.
One has discovered her front porch.
Huh?
A black bear has discovered Janet's front porch.
Ah, yeah. I've ate them. They're not bad. You gotta grind them up.
Little gamey. Yeah, you got to grind it, or you got to fucking just, what do you call that? Crock pot it.
Yeah, crock pot it for like 10 hours.
2 days.
When I was a kid, my grandma shot a black bear that was hanging out around the cistern where our water was. So it kind of made it difficult for us to go down and get water. So she went down and shot its ass. We ate it. But, you know, she was a good Christian woman, and she believed anything you shot, you should eat, pretty much.
A friend of mine in 2010, he came up to me and he's like, "Hey, you still cutting meat for a living?" I said, "Yeah." He's like, "I got a job for you." What? "I got a job for you. You got to come over to Farmville." Well, Farmington was this town over on the west side of Peoria. Connell knows where this place is. And I went over to this guy's ranch or his farm, And we go into the barn, and he's got a fucking 125-pound black bear on the table waiting for me. He just put it up there like 3 minutes before I got there. Still cold. Has a missing portion of his head. So I immediately go to work on it, get the guts out. And as I'm getting the guts out, I'm looking at how this bear is put together. And I'm not, this is my first time cutting open an animal. Yes, I cut meat for Kroger. It comes in a box. I've never had to deal with the blood and the brown meat and all that shit before. So we're doing all this, and it takes me like 4.5 hours to get the meat separated from the bones and get him his shoulder cuts, his chuck, his flanks. And if you ever know, if you know how to cut open a cow or a pig, you know the diagrams. On mammals, it's all the same. It's a little bit different in sizes, but it's all the same. I kept the flanks. They looked like they were fairly untouched. Didn't look like they had any poison in them, any shit. So, gave the dogs like 40 pounds of entrails and other bear bits.
Yeah.
It took like 2 feet of intestine home for my dog. My little schnauzer never was the same after that because he tasted flesh. Like he'd eaten birds before. He chewed through like critters before. He never had a bear guts. And after that, like
you wake up at night, he's sitting on the bed looking at you, and you're like, hold on now.
What the fuck? What's wrong with you, Harry? Harry, goddamn, lay down.
Lay down, yeah. You don't get to eat me. Yeah. I'll tell you this. In Alaska, when my brother and I were up there, they eat bear damn near all the time. You can go into a restaurant and literally they'll have chili, hamburgers, pretty much anything like that made out of bear. And it's just, they just season the shit out of it and throw it in a chili pot and call it a day, man. Down here in Florida, nobody's going to eat a bear. As a matter of fact, every time I've seen a bear down here, they're probably about 100 plus pounds, but small. And my first reaction is always to run up and hug it, which would probably get me ate up. But I don't know.
What's wrong with you?
I might be able to fist fight them. Oh, they're adorable, man. I see those black bears and I'm just like, look at that. How did we not domesticate that? That should be a pet.
Why does it look like friend if it's so friend shaped?
Right.
Why is it not friend if it's friend shaped?
Yeah, why is it not a friend? It's shaped like a friend. And I'm just like when we were going over the Smoky Mountains, there was a black bear walking down the side of the road. I shit you not. It's just walking down the side of the road like it owned the place because it did. And I went to open the door and my wife was like, don't you even think about it. I'm not even joking. That's not me joking and being like, no, I was literally thinking about jumping out on that 80-pound bear. It's a little one. And I don't know, giving it a cuddle. And my wife was like, don't you even think about it. What's wrong with you? That thing's going to eat you up. And I was like, yeah, you're right. But my initial thought was, how can something so adorable and cute looking be mean? Like, obviously, if I run up and start cuddling with it, it's going to cuddle back, right? It's going to be like, oh, friend, I love you. Probably not, though.
No.
That was a weird trip because we left eastern Tennessee, Gatlinburg, right? That area. And we meant to go one way to get to Kentucky, but because of somebody's excellent navigation, we ended up in the Smoky Mountain National Park. And then we decided, well, we're in the Smoky Mountain National Park. We'll just go ahead and take this way into Kentucky, right? And let me tell you, that way meant going directly over the top of those mountains. And my wife was not pleased at all. She was driving. There was literally a sign, and the sign was just a circle with an arrow. I'd never seen that in my life. I had no idea what that
A
meant.
circle
I'm
with
like,
an arrow. What's that mean?
it means there's a tunnel.
Okay.
We figured it out after we did a big loop and went under the road we had been on. And then we're like, oh, huh. We just went through a tunnel. And then I'm like, I want to pet that dog. That's me when it comes to those little bears. I'm like, I want to pet that dog. Let me pet that dog. And my wife is like the mom. She's like, don't you get out there with that thing. Eat you up. What's wrong with you? But, man, I do love me some black bear, some bear. And I don't mean to eat. I mean, I just like them. Look here. I'll tell you something. I'll show you this. Now, I let the other bear have the nickname because he claimed.
Don't wake the bear. Wow.
But my wife bought this, says don't wake. And the other thing, and I showed this to the other bear. I said, just so you know, home. My wife worked with a bear eating a bunch of gnomes. Because all of the ladies my wife said I'm really hairy because I'm not very hairy at all. Because yeah, like in my sleep, I'm just in there like, rrr. She wakes me up and I'm just like, rrr. So at some point, 2 decades ago, she started calling me her bear, and that's just what I've been. Horse sashimi. Yeah, okay, whale I know about, but when I saw whale, it was muktuk, which is just a square of smoked beluga whale blubber. Eskimo love that shit. They will literally just cruise around all day eating it. And the main reason is because it's got a shit ton of vitamin C in it, which is not something that you generally get when you're up there in that area.
No, vitamin C in Alaska. Where's the sources for this at?
Yeah, beluga whale blubber, smoked. And they'll cut it into like 3-inch squares, and we'll walk around chewing on that shit. And then shark. I've ate shark because here in Florida you can catch shark. And the secret we have for shark here is you marinate it overnight in milk or grapefruit juice. And if you do those two things, or one of those two things, I should say, then you can grill a shark up, and it's actually pretty good. But if you don't marinate it, it's a little rough. You know what I'm saying?
Bullshit. I've had shark before. I fucking used a whole tub of butter, but we staked out.
Sounds to me like you had butter before.
I've had butter before. It came with a shark. We caught
you ate it with a shark.
We caught a 4-foot reef shark over Indian Point Pier on the way down to Corpus. On the way to from Portland towards Corpus, and there's a nice little spot there, and was using shrimp, the live shrimp. They sell live shrimp. They sell frozen shrimp. I thought we'll try the live shrimp this time.
So you're out there with your scrimps.
Yeah, and as I was throwing the prawn on the hook, I'm watching it jiggle a bit, and then I throw it in the water, and that one fell apart. All of a sudden, I start seeing like the movement in the water. Like, ooh, I've summoned something cool. Let me hope this prawn stays on the hook this time. I double hook it on the treble hook, and when I throw it out there, it's not even in the water for 20 seconds, and my freaking fishing pole starts bending at like 120 degrees. I'm like, help! I need an adult.
Adult. Somebody call my dad.
36-year-old man
over here.
Where I need an adult. About ready to
So,
poop myself.
how did you cook this delicious shark? That's what we all
we had a friend of mine
shit ton of
was
butter.
there.
Obviously,
I had my stuff with me, so I cut it up on the dock,
okay.
and that thing was trying to gnaw through my pants as I was bending down. I put a knee on each side of its head, which I realized later was bad. But I
Yeah,
put my
probably not the
hand down.
smartest
I'm
thing
like,
you could have done.
say again.
So yeah, it don't sound like the smartest thing you could have done. I would have thought, being an ex-sailor, you would know a little bit more about all this.
I've never caught a shark before. There's a first.
Huh.
Firsties. So
Hey, it's a big fish, brother. So go on.
4 foot.
Yeah,
And he's
4
trying
foot.
to gnaw on my fucking. He's 4 foot shark, and he's trying to gnaw on my denims. And I don't have enough igloo for this damn thing after I cut it up. So the guy that helped me reel it in anchored me. I was like, "Here, man, you can have like a third of this." I took it back, and as I'm driving back to the Portland where I live, I stopped by HEB. I grab a tub of butter, and I just start slathering butter on top of the shark as it's on top of the ice. And I keep going back, keep driving back towards Portland, and we get there.
I wonder if that worked kind of like the milk thing, because it's
It might.
dairy.
So I smeared the shit out with butter. I had a, like, you know, the big tub of butter that later turns into like a cereal bowl for your oldest. Okay,
Oh yeah.
I had one of those. I had one of those. I used all that butter on that shark. I had probably 50
You're talking
pounds
like
of shark.
Country Crock or some shit like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And-
Everyone who wasn't wealthy knows about that. We
So-
all eat macaroni and cheese or something out of one of those.
When I
So
got
anyway,
back,
you butter him up.
I buttered up, and as I'm standing outside, well beyond the peaceable limit for us to be outside at the grills, I'm there warming the grills up with charcoal. And one of the ladies that's on duty, she comes over. "You're not supposed to be out here at this time." I said, "I just caught a shark. I don't know what to do with it, so I'm just going to cook it and put it in the fridge." She's like, "What?" And I said, "I caught a shark." And I bring out, and I have the head of the shark, which is about this big. I didn't stake it. When I stopped, when I hit the head, and I'm like, "Do you want a shark head?" And it's still there, like trying to like do like mouth movements. And I'm like, "Yeah." He was trying to bite through my denims. He wasn't really getting anywhere because I'm fat. And she laughed, I laughed, and I gave her the shark head, and she left me alone. So I'm there from like 11 at night till 4 in the morning.
The dead shark head.
This is Portland.
Right? You bribed her with a dead shark head.
Yeah, it wasn't dead yet. It was still moving. So
Well, you know.
I go over there, and I'm grilling till like 4 in the morning. My cousin Jackie, God bless her, she's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I caught a shark." And she's like, "What?" And she looks at the stack of meat on the plate next to me that is like 8 to 10 inches high. She's like, "What the fuck, Bruce?" And I said, "I didn't know what to do. I mean, I staked it, I gutted it, I gave part of the head to Nadine, the lady that runs the complex. I gave a third of the shark to the guy that I couldn't carry all the shark with me. It was like 4 foot."
Yeah.
She's like, "Okay." She goes to work, and at 9 a.m. she asks me, "Did you have the shark with eggs?" I said, "Damn right I did." She's like, "Well, how much of it's left?" And I said, "I'll get you a photo from the refrigerator." Sent her the photo, which there was still probably about 7 inches of shark meat on the platter, and just staked it out. That's all I did. I was a robot cutting shark steaks, and fried them up. It took me a little bit, or not fried them, grilled them up. It took me about 5 hours to do the whole thing, which I thought was good because I was drunk as shit, by the way. There's a lot of alcohol involved. After I bribed Nadine, I thought that's the first victory I've had. Let me go grab a beer, and I didn't stop.
Right.
So I had a good week that week. I recommend anybody go over to somewhere off the coast of Corpus Christi and get yourself some live shrimp bait or frozen shrimp bait. Either one works. You'll catch them. They
Down
range in
here, you fish
3
for
foot, 8 foot.
ladyfish, Bruce.
Ladyfish.
You know what a
What the
ladyfish is?
What's a ladyfish?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay, a ladyfish is a kind of a flat saltwater fish, but what's great about them is when you stick them on a hook, they bleed like crazy. So the first thing you do is you use like your little bait caster and maybe some shrimp or something, and you go out there and you try to catch you a mess of ladyfish, right? And then when you've got a couple of them, you go ahead and hook them on your actual reel that you're going to use to catch the shark. You whip them bitches out into the inlet, right? And while I won't say it's 100% of a guarantee or something, I wouldn't be surprised if you pulled an 8-foot hammerhead out of there. They do kind of congregate in there. The bigger ones, the big boys, there's like a almost like an underwater sinkhole that all these big boys like to kind of hang out around. I mean, you might get a black tip, you might get a black tip, you might get something like that, but 8, 9, maybe even 10-foot hammerhead, definitely with a reasonable possibility. And yeah, I don't know. And as far as you enjoyed your shark, I am super glad you enjoyed it. I've never ate it that way, so the way you made it might be the best way ever to make it. The guys I know that cook shark, they always said you got to marinate it in like citrus or milk because it'll make the shark taste better.
I did not have that.
I never argued with my elders about that shit. I was like, well, okay then. If that's how we do it, that's how we do it, you know?
See, I took it home and I had it on the crock top, or the crock pot, the country crock, and I had black pepper, had a little bit of red pepper flakes, and then I pretty much, while I was cooking this, I had a plastic bag, one of those gallon freezer bags, and I had it probably 3 inches full, standing upright with olive oil. And I was using the olive oil to kind of saturate in because I ran out of the country crock. And when I was slapping that on the grill, that olive oil and that fire get together very, very well.
I'm sure it was delicious. I'm 100% sure it's delicious. We've got another fish down here called an amberjack or greater amberjack.
I've heard of these. Are they good?
No, they're terrible, man. If you don't cut the mud line out of those bastards and soak them overnight, you can't even eat them.
Really?
They're the worst. They've got this bit of like really red meat that runs all the way down the length of them. Now they'll get 4 or 5 feet long, easy. And if you don't get every bit of that bloody meat out of there, that is like the worst tasting fish you ever had. And even if you do get that bloody meat out of there, you're still going to have to marinate it in something overnight. Milk is usually the thing because it's a really oily, really, really fishy fish. And a lot of people just do not want to eat fish that tastes like something rotten on the side of a pier.
But you said the one thing that made me laugh just now, because you said if you don't yank that mudbane out, you know the mudbane, that's a hallmark of Illinois' deepest swimming fish, the carp, right? The bottom feeder.
I know it. We got carps in Kentucky too, them useless bastards.
Hey, they're good fighters. That's what you catch carp for. If you want to get good on the reel, you throw some stink bait and some peanut butter on that treble, and you throw that, you get your cast good, and you throw it the deepest spot you can find.
I've heard they're good fighters, and I've heard that if you flay them upright and you fry them and you eat them very shortly after you fried them, they're really good. But I've also heard that if you let them get cold after you've cooked them, they turn into like chewy rubber.
They do.
I know a lot of the brothers eat those things, man.
That is a brother fish. That is not a fish for your atypical Irishman roofer. Nope. You don't see Irish roofers eating the carp. You see,
No, but a lot of brothers will eat a carp. They'll eat a carp, sure as shit, and
They
we used to
yank
give
that
them away
mudvayne
to them
off.
too because we're nice guys.
that mudvayne gets yanked the hell out, and once that mudvayne,
amberjacks have that too.
yeah, that once that's taken care of, once that's disposed of out of the body, the fish can now be processed over the fire.
Right.
But you have to eat it like 3 foot away from the grill.
Mm.
Do not let it get near room temperature ever again. It's not worth it. You're going to have the most disgusting fish you've ever had.
That's exactly what I heard. If you let it get cold or cool down after you fry it, it's just like that.
Yeah.
Bruce, I'm going to get out of here, man.
I didn't mean to bore you. I hope you had a good day.
You didn't bore me. I've been doing this for like half a day.
You fucky bastard.
Been
I
like
was
5
sitting there talking to Janet. Me and Janet were arguing over the movie we watched, that Thunderbolt and Lightfoot.
Oh, that's a pretty good movie.
That's a great movie.
Yeah.
I thought that was so much better than High Plains Drifter. High Plains Drifter is interesting, but Thunderbolt and Lightfoot was just a good movie.
Well, the thing with movies, man, it's all personal.
Yeah, but what was really so weird about that was that I really enjoyed the pacing of this movie. I loved Jeff Bridges.
Right.
Like when Jeff Bridges died, I was like, oh.
Right.
But he played such a good guy, tangled up in this stupid activity he got himself into, and it's all his dumbass fault.
Yeah.
But he played a fun character. Goody didn't deserve getting thrown out of the trunk by George Kennedy like that, but he was hanging around with George Kennedy, so what do you think's going to happen? He's going to die.
Right.
And then George Kennedy goes on and he tries to get rid of freaking Thunderbolt too.
Well, when you get involved in certain lifestyles, certain things can happen. Can and will and right.
Next week we watch High Plains Drifter. You're invited to Janet's Discord while we watch it, and to the movie review after.
High Plains Drifter.
Not High Plains Drifter.
Sorry.
The Outlaw, Josie Wales.
Yeah, I was gonna say you already said you didn't care for that. Well, Outlaw Josie Wells, I might watch you watch it, but I will not join you to watch it because I'll never shut up. I love that movie. It's like such a great movie. I mean, they could never make that movie today because it, too positively depicts a Confederate soldier. So we couldn't have that. Same reason we couldn't have Firefly.
No.
Reason I'm surprised that frickin' John Carter of Mars ever got made. Because, the powers that be in Hollywood, they do not like, depicting Confederate soldiers as maybe the good guys.
No.
But, I'll probably watch you guys watch that a little bit. I watched Janet the other night. I actually sent her an obscure message that only her and I got. But it was basically just to let her know, hey, I'm here, I'm watching you, I'm supporting you. I'm doing my best over here. And they were talking about stuff that was way over my head, but, I'll watch it anyway. Me, like I was talking to Shellback earlier, streaming is secondary to painting. And so I don't even call what I do a show. It's not a show. It's me sitting here painting and just talking random shit. So I think I'm going to mount this Celtic Queen on the back of my chariot. I just cut her off of her base.
Nice.
She's a Briganti. And I've got this Briganti chariot over here. And I'm thinking I will paint her up and mount her right on the back of that bad boy. I'm thinking like a Boudica kind of thing, you know? I wonder, was Boudica a Briganti or was she another tribe? I don't know. But anyway, Janet, Bruce, everyone else I've been chatting with all day. Yeah, I'm going to get going. I have to make sure the garbage is out. I've got some chores to do, so my wife still thinks I'm a good boy. And I will see you next time.
God bless you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Peace and love. God bless.